Okay, we'll start. Let me welcome everyone. I will now call this virtual meeting of the IA Board to order. Please mute your microphone except when speaking during the meeting. This meeting is being held as a virtual meeting pursuant to Executive Order 20-69, issued by Governor DeSantis on March 20, 2020, which authorized local governing bodies to conduct meetings without having a quorum physically present or at any specific location. The executive order also authorized the use of communications media technology for virtual meetings such as audio and video conferencing. Executive Order 20-69 has been extended by subsequent executive orders, including the most recent Executive Order 20-150, issued by Governor DeSantis on June 23rd, 2020. Mr. Pingree, please address the notice of the meeting and submission of public comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Welcome back. This virtual meeting of the Intergovernmental Agency has been noticed with information for the public to view the meeting in real time. The notice also invited members of the public to submit comments until 5 p.m. yesterday evening via email to comments@blueprintia.org to allow adequate time for you to review the comments submitted. Commissioners, these comments were distributed to you in advance of this meeting for your consideration and prior to any action being taken by this body here today. All comments received will be included in the official record of this public meeting. These comments have also been posted on the Blueprint website so they can be viewed by members of the public. And Madam Chair, Commissioners, they were distributed earlier this morning to you via Dropbox. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, for the record, all the commissioners are attending the virtual meeting remotely using WebEx as the cloud platform for video and audio conferencing. If we experience interruptions through the disruptions or glitches in the technology being used, I will recess the meeting until the interruption is resolved. If the interruption cannot be resolved in a reasonable amount of time, I will adjourn the meeting. The temporary recess or adjournment of the meeting is necessary to ensure compliance with Sunshine Law. I'm now going to ask staff to do a roll call.
Okay. Start on the county side here. Commissioner Deloge.
Here, present.
Commissioner Proctor.
Present.
I do note that Commissioner Jackson is away today. Commissioner Minor.
Here.
Commissioner Dozier.
Here.
Commissioner Lindley.
Here.
And Commissioner Maddox.
Here.
Okay. Mayor Daley. Come back to you. Was that Mayor Daley? Nope. Okay. Commissioner Matlow.
I'm here.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson.
I'm here.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Here.
One more time, Mayor Daley. You're right back. And Madam Chairman.
Present.
Yeah, quorum exists, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. As I stated previously in our budget workshop, we will again abide by Robert's Rules of Order, revised, and it should apply with the bylaws as established. So let's move on to the agenda. Mr. Pingree, are there any agenda modifications?
Yes, ma'am. There was some changes. Let's see. There was additional and supplemental information that was distributed on item number 4 and item number 10, including on item number 10, including email communication between staff. All of this, I will note, has also been shared for public inspection. And I believe item number 6 has been distributed. This was ratifying the action that you just took at your last workshop And to be clear, I will probably read that into the record at this point in time, just for the purpose of this meeting. So you approved items 1, 2, and 3 from your budget workshop, which was the budget modification, the budget documentation as presented, and to move forward with a fairgrounds study. In addition, you gave the direction to bring back an analysis of adding $12 million for the fairgrounds into your 5-year CIP and your forthcoming bonds. There was another motion that failed, but that is the motion that passed. And you're coming back, of course, for your final approval of the budget at your September meeting. So those are the modifications, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have presentations today?
Yes, ma'am, we do. I will note the first item. Let's see here. Go to the next slide, please. Okay, I think we've already done that. Oh, let me go back to the citizens' comments received. Madam Chair, if it's okay, Attorney Dawson, can you comment to the citizens' comments being distributed?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did have some public comments related to the presentation by KCCI. We did not have any public comments, however, on the consent items.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the presentations, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The first one I would note was submitted electronically, and that's the Citizens Advisory Committee Chair Report. Ms. Peppers, who is the chair, had submitted that in written format, so that was distributed to you previously, so she will not make that presentation. We have 4 presentations thereafter, and the first, and this is the first time for him doing this, another layer of accountability and advisory. Your Economic Vitality Leadership Council Chair, Steve Evans, is here to give a brief presentation on the economic matters and an update.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Evans, are you there, sir?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ben, and thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. I sat through about the last hour of your last meeting and very impressed. There is no business that I've ever been involved in today, yesterday, or years ago that hasn't gone through exactly what you've gone through and are going through now. The only difference, it's not in the sunshine. So I am tremendously impressed with the discussion, the level of discussion, the seriousness, the patience, the resolve that all of you have expended on this. This is serious business. It's tough business, but it's the future of our community and the future of everybody who lives here. So thank you very much. As chairman of the EVLC, it's my pleasure to provide you with an overview of our meeting last week of the Economic Vitality Leadership Council. And first, I've got to go on record by saying a few things on behalf of all of my fellow council members. And that is that I can't begin to underscore the pride that we have in your and our OEV team and your entire staff. Their dedication to this community, their skill and knowledge of economic development, research, communications, and outreach is absolutely amazing. Equally important, and through your support, the leadership of Christina Paredes and their focus on inclusiveness and collaboration, especially as we've experienced over the last 2 to 3 months, is remarkable. When you look at all the community partners that have been brought together over these last 2 to 3 months on a weekly basis, it's ensuring us as we move forward, we're going to be able to address the challenges and the opportunities that many of you are wrestling with right now as a community team in a way that we never have before. So thank you very, very much. Secondly, because of your rapid and decisive action, there are 561 businesses and 240 nonprofits who were able to receive over $1.7 million, which helps support over 7,000 employees over this short period of time in the last 3 months. That is not unnoticed, and the comments hopefully have been shared with you are remarkable and they're heartwarming. We began our meeting last week with a presentation on the results of the 3rd installment of the Business Impact Survey and an update on how COVID has impacted our community. Also, a further understanding of the economic trends that are now just beginning to emerge, both locally, statewide, and nationally. But we're seeing some positive signs. Make no mistake that COVID-19 has had an impact, as all of you know very well, on this community. But some of the positive signs that we're beginning to see are continued interest of outside companies, both national and global, that are discovering Tallahassee because of our combined marketing efforts. Speaking of opportunities, OEV also took us through an update on our community's business development projects. Despite the pandemic, our region is still being considered for business recruitment projects from several companies who are currently considering expanding into our community. The bottom line is that we're seeing plenty of interest and activity is ongoing due to the strong and consistent recruiting by so many through OEV. And I underscore so many because there's so many partners integrated into this. We discussed the preliminary proposed budget for 2021 that all of you are focused on right now, and noted the steps that OEV has taken to balance the budget while still addressing our community's business needs. We reviewed the competitive project fund and the future opportunity leveraging fund policies, which EVC unanimously recommend that the IA board adopt. All of you know this, is I think Commissioner Dozier spoke to this earlier. Our ability to compete for an unknown future that is going to be upon us in a heartbeat is dependent upon adherence to these policies. And it's critical to our ability to compete in our future awareness down the road. We were then provided a report on the 1309 Alabama Street project, including the Griffin Heights neighborhood first initiative, and the findings necessary to determine the next step and subsequent acquisition. The EVLC then voted to recommend that the IA board accept the property status report, as well as explore options that would involve potential private sector interest and the potential purchase of the subject property, given the pending land use designation from residential preservation to neighborhood boundary, which will allow for future commercial and mixed-use development and redevelopment along Alabama Street. We reviewed an overview of the necessary amendments to the bylaws to expand the membership approved by the AA board at your strategic plan workshop in March, and the EVLC recommended approval of the amendments to the bylaws. We then heard a presentation from the staff on the funding request by FAMU for renovations to Bragg Stadium, as staff continues to undergo further analysis at your direction. Finally, we concluded our meeting by encouraging OEV to continue to focus, along with our outstanding and very engaged partners at the Chambers of Commerce, businesses, and education institutions on 6 key and critical areas. Number 1, continued focus on business recruitment. The diversity, as some of you realize, and Commissioner Richardson remembers as Vice Chairman of the Sales Tax Committee, one of our focused areas is to build upon the vitality and diversity of this economic vitality and diversity of this community. And this is what we're all in the process of doing, and it's critical. Number 2 is innovation, entrepreneurialism, and startup activity. Over the last 5 years, we've seen a dramatic impact that's measurable in new startups, our ability to start capturing some of this outstanding talent from our colleges, developing it, nurturing it, building companies, and launching companies. They're small, they're growing, but we know who they are, and we know where they're at. We're creating jobs, it's creating revenue, and it's creating a reputation in this community that's not just government education, but is creating diversity. We've got to continue that. We can't back up. Number 4, our skill development needs. As you guys very much know, we're in a period of change. The new normal is yet to be set. It's not determined. We've got to make sure that working with our education institutions, our businesses, and career source, that we're creating the skills that are necessary to drive this community into the future, not just satisfy the needs of today. Number 5 was continued actions directed at business retention. Absolutely critical. All of you took those actions over the last 3 months, which had a tremendous impact. Number 6, and finally, the measurable impact of an increasingly dynamic MWSBE program that Darrell runs through OEV and for you and all of us. We've got to continue to ask for measurable results from that as that program continues to build momentum and is having an impact across this community. I've got to add one crucial point to this at the same time, and that is, let's not confuse economic development and infrastructure. It's very critical. For those of you that are around and engaged in the sales tax process 4 or 5 years ago, that was one of the fundamental foundations around which we attacked this, was both from an infrastructure, what's infrastructure and what's economic development. Each are absolutely critical. It's not to say that one is more important than the other. Each is critical, but each is totally different from the other. We established qualifications and guidelines to help separate the two. We call them ribbons of accountability, and I believe they're still there. For economic development decisions, it's got to result in increased wages, new jobs, measurable and new economic impact over a period of time, targeted industries, and full accountability, ability to be audited on a consistent basis. And those are the key criteria to separate the two. Infrastructure is critical. If we start using economic development for infrastructure, we're going to start having a tremendous impact on our inability or our ability to compete in the future to the extent that we need to. The competitive project fund and the future opportunity leveraging fund policies are a very good start to keep in mind of how we separate the two when making that decision. It's not to fund or not to fund, it's to where to fund. So I just share that with us as a guiding principle as we go along. Despite the effect that COVID has had upon our economy, the EVLC is confident in the plan that OEV has developed and their ability to execute. More importantly, it's working. And as a community, we're moving forward due to the inclusive, innovative, and collaborative leadership of this great team you've put together. Again, on behalf of the entire EVLC, we thank you for your leadership. I thank you for your support, and we thank you for your tremendous continued commitment to our entire business community. With that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Chair Evans, thank you so much for your leadership. What you've done, absolutely leading the committee and the report that you provided today. I'm going to see if there is anyone who wants to make a comment or a question from the commission. Okay, if not, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, Madam Chair, next up, we've got two things very quickly, and then KCCI, I know, has a good presentation for us. There's been a lot of activity, as you know, and as you've experienced with us since your last regular meeting. We've had a few special meetings. And next up to share some of the updates of what's been happening on the blueprint infrastructure side is Autumn Calder. Director Calder.
Okay, thanks. And Angela, if you want to minimize, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Thank you. Okay, excellent. All right. Okay. All right, thank you. I want to start the presentation out with an update on a completed project. The amphitheater canopy extension project is now complete. This added more dry area to the stage, allowing for an additional 480 square feet of protected space during your typical storm. We used the same fabricator that did the original canopy so that it would blend in with the original structure and also maintain the existing warranty. This project was funded by the Leon County Tourism Development Council, but it was managed and overseen by Blueprint staff. The lighting will go back up now that the canopy extension is complete, and the next step for Blueprint is to purchase the new house speaker system. This speaker system will be better suited for the types of performances that are typically held at the amphitheater, as well as have better sound directivity to the audience versus the surrounding neighborhoods. The Capitol Circle Southwest Greenway and Debbie Lightsey Nature Park. This project just wrapped up a public engagement push with this project. The engagement was focused on the review of the concept plan, and we're going through that data now, and we'll compare to the concept and make the refinements and bring back the final concept to the IA board for this fall for review, and also presentation of the cost estimates prior to going into design. However, I did want to share a little bit about the survey results that were received. We had 121 responses and found that most of the people, 71% of the survey respondents, visit parks one or more times a week. So we've got a lot of active park users responding. This project is unique because it literally sits on the jurisdictional line between the city and the county on Capitol Circle. So we had a few more people in city limits respond than that live in the county. Generally, we asked what were the top 3 passive park design objectives, and number 1 was about preserving green spaces and natural habitat. Number 2, minimizing the environmental impacts. and 3, the enhanced connectivity to other greenways. And then for this park, the top 4 activities that were the most important to the survey respondents. One was the hiking trails, the viewing and preservation for nature and wildlife, mountain bike trails, and walking paths. The Lake Jackson Greenway brings you from Lake Ella to Lake Jackson, with the top goal being connectivity to the activity areas, like the center of Tallahassee and some of the schools, to the neighborhoods. The consultant kickoff meeting was held in early June, and we're moving forward with developing the conceptual alignment of the trail in typical sections. We're underway now on the tree survey, the geotechnical surveys, and meetings with the maintenance entities and agency partners like FDEP and the Northwest Florida Water Management District. We anticipate presenting the preliminary concept to the IA board in September, with a public open house and public engagement push in mid-November. The next big project to hit the streets in planning and design is for Cascade Trail Segment 4. This project is a little over 1.5 miles long. It starts at the convergence of the Central Drainage Ditch and St. Augustine Branch, which is about where this western phase of FAMU Way comes out. And it ends where the Central Drainage Ditch and Munson Slough come together just before Lake Henrietta. The goals of this project are to improve water quality, capture trash, reduce sedimentation, mitigate flooding, provide multimodal connectivity, and provide recreational opportunities, passive recreational opportunities. As you are aware, we have a consent item on the agenda today that goes into full detail on the status of the Northeast Gateway project. We're in full swing on the technical analyses, as well as continuing the good communication with the area stakeholders. We're also working closely with the planning department to balance the objectives that are envisioned through the comprehensive plan with the social, environmental, and traffic goals for the new road. We anticipate launching a virtual platform for additional public engagement later this summer, and then bring the draft PD&E or to the IA board in December for the big public meeting in early 2020.
I think we're just a reminder to mute your mics potentially. Yeah, keep going on.
Thanks, appreciate it. The Market District Placemaking Project, which I know we're going to hear more a little later on from KCCI, but the Market District Placemaking Project for Blueprint has several components to it. The one that we're working on now is the park component on McClay Boulevard, just south of Premier Gym and Sage Restaurant. You may recall that the City of Tallahassee also has the Market District Multi-Purpose Stormwater Project, which includes the stormwater components of the Market District Park, as well as some adjacent road improvements. And we're working collaboratively with the city on the park project, as many of the components need to be planned, designed, and even possibly constructed together. We just recently signed the contract with the consultant for the park planning project and anticipate the first formal public engagement activities to occur later this summer. We've heard several ideas from the public for what could be included in the project, and we look forward to doing the comprehensive public engagement along with the technical site analyses to develop the draft park concept for IA board review. The History and Culture Trail is located along Cascades Trail Segment 3, and it's moving forward with the contract negotiations with Wood & Partners for the development of a History and Culture Trail master plan. We have a citizen working group guiding the development of the draft thematic concepts for the trail, as well as providing historical text for interpretive signage. The working group is made up of local residents who lived in the communities along FAMU Way, such as the Allen Subdivision and Bill and Mitchell, or folks who have very close ties to Florida A&M University. Their next meeting will be in August, and there will be broad community engagement for the development of the master plan. We're also working with the Council on Culture and Arts to solicit artists for the sculptural elements of the trail. But first we need the master plan before the artist solicitation goes forward. That's a fun project. We're all looking forward to that. I wanted to just provide some upcoming community engagement. We mentioned the Market District Park. That's going to kick off on August 8th through the 20th. And August 24th through 28th, we're going to be doing the Northeast Gateway virtual public engagement and feedback. And then we have our two public hearings for the budget, first on September 3rd at the CAC meeting, and then the second with you all again on September 17th. And then lastly, I just wanted to make an announcement of our next project procurements. First, with planning and design, we have the Airport Gateway project, and that one actually closed on July 7th. So the selection committee is just now starting to receive and review the proposals that were received. We're going to be issuing a continuing services contracts RFQ. That looks like a maximum of $150,000 for planning and design work. And then Cascade Trail Segment 4, which we talked about earlier. In construction, we have our Magnolia Drive Trail Project, phases 1 and 4, the Van Buren Street improvements leading up to the Lake Anita Plaza and Pond, Family Way Restroom, and the amenities at Colshy Pond. And then that may stop sharing, and that concludes.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just wanted to highlight, I know we've been talking substantially and for some period of time about the weatherization. We certainly appreciate all the collaboration, including with county staff and city staff, but tourism was wonderful, and I do note that those were Deepwater Horizon funds put to good use. So it's during this time of COVID, great to see that project could get done with tourism as the fiscal agent and Blueprint leaning in as well. So we're here to answer any questions that you may have, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Greenway?
Thank you. Thanks, Autumn. That was a great report. And I consider this a lot of the fun stuff that we get to really enjoy fairly quickly. Thank you for that. I just wanted to throw something out, and I think you'll all be really involved and interested in this. I'm working regarding the History and Cultural Trail project. I'm working with a group in the community who are trying once again to get a memorial to our community's great jazz legends established and perhaps become part of the History and Cultural Trail. We particularly are interested in paying a tribute through some memorial to the Adderley brothers, Cannonball and Nate, who are world famous figures in our musical culture. We also have just some great jazz legends already, or legends in the making, Ingenue Parsons and Marcus Roberts, and any number of others. We have a great jazz programs at Florida A&M and at Florida State. We have now a jazz festival. And so this group is going to be working together. We're going to try to be meeting next week sometime to flesh out some ideas for possibly some even interactive kind of sculpture that could be in one of the roundabouts on the FAMU Way. Possibly even having a similar thing to Sunset at Key West when musicians come around and play, and around this sculpture we would be able to have local musicians, jazz or possibly other genres, come and play on Thursday nights to make it a real part of our community and a real tribute to the Adderleys who grew up here, who are legends, who have just made such a difference in the world of music and jazz in particular. And so I'm just really excited to be bringing this forward. You don't have to vote on it or anything at all today, but I hope that the History and Cultural Trail Committee work group will be interested, and I think they will. I think there's a lot of vitality on that. So just wanted to run that by you to get some smiles around here today. I think it's just going to be very exciting, and I'd love to have your support as this develops. I just wanted to run that by you, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. I think you do have some smiles. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a really positive thing. It'd be great to have.
All right, Commissioner Dozier.
Madam Chair, great presentation, Autumn. I know I said this during our budget workshop, but I will say it again here with your updates. I am impressed by the amount of coordination you've got with FDOT, CRTPA, city, and county. And this item you've covered all, and TDC, I'll say, or Visit Tallahassee. You have covered all of your bases. And I think it really, this document is a short summary just to see where all those relationships have mutual benefit for all of us. So thank you for that. Weatherization, Ben, I'm glad you mentioned it. It's just been a long time coming, and really excited to see the speakers, everything. I have started to think that with the green rooms and the weatherization, it's really kind of like we just put a pause to let this work get done. And the next concert that we get to gather for after we get past COVID is going to be spectacular. So I'm looking forward to that. That's my smile, in addition to Commissioner Lindley's art project. That sounds great too. So that's fantastic. One quick question. You had a note in there about the alternative sewer study and some of the public meetings that were scheduled for this spring. I assume those were probably postponed due to COVID, and just wondering if that's still on track. If I remember correctly, it was coming into a conclusion this November. Are we on track with that still?
I believe we are. I'll defer to Autumn. I know she's been collaborating closely with the county on that study. Autumn, feel free to.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. And we are funding it, and the county is managing it. So let me just check to be sure I'm accurate and get right back to you.
You know what? Never mind. I can ask county staff that question. I'm picking out questions that I noted in the document, and I just froze for a second. County is managing that contract, so I can talk to the administrator about that. That's fine. Thank you. Magnolia Drive, we talked about this a little bit in briefing, and I know that you're working on a lot of different issues there. And just to reiterate that for any of the public who might be interested, you're still working through these phases and everything. It's, even though you have to adjust a few things, it's not slowing down that project much. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I'll just show Autumn, but yes, Autumn.
Thank you, Ben, and everybody. Yeah, we are continuing to make forward progress on the project. When we included the underground utilities, it set us back a bit with the design. Then it was like threading a needle through a really tight right of way. But now we're at 90% on most of the corridor, and as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be doing the construction for that southern phase down at Edmond Road to Meridian and the phase 1 retrofit to Pontiac. But we do continue to work on it.
I know it set us back a little bit, but the rest of the phases, everything's still tracking now that we got out of that bottleneck, or you had to thread that needle. So I just wanted to confirm that. I still get questions every few months or so from folks in that area. I'll say the whole stretch of Magnolia, people are pretty excited about the sidewalk coming in. So thank you for that. That's it, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Autumn.
Commissioner Deloche?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this, I guess, is a question for Autumn and Ben. I just want to make sure I'm kind of coming in at the right point. The Buckhead neighbors have had some issues about the right-of-way, specifically the road alignment. And I know we've done a lot of work, and Autumn and her team have been very responsive, and Buckhead homeowners have had their lawyers and some engineers look at it, and they've given us kind of an alternative, what they think is more appropriate based on what their engineer has seen. I'd just like to give that some time and make sure we run the traps on that. And if there's any credence to that, I want to make sure that we can answer their questions. And if there is some movement that needs to be done, at least adjust. I don't know if this is the spot or later in the meeting. Ben, help me here. We talked about this.
Yeah, we did. Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll pull on Autumn here in a moment. But yes, as you noted, we've been working closely with a number of groups. Buckhead is a great example on comprehensive plan, but I'll stick to this project. I think the first time I personally went out and met with them on this project, it had to be 2016, and I know that I wasn't the first one from Blueprint in. And you're right, they've been great to work with. They've had some recent suggestions. Acknowledge your leadership in meeting with them as well, Commissioner. Basically and simply stated, kind of wanting to push the road alignment eastward after you would cross north over I-10 and away from the back of their development. It is something that we generally will look at in the PD&E process, and we are doing that, and I'll probably a good time to turn over to Autumn. There are some issues, as we've discussed, including with them, where they want to draw the road just in simple terms would involve kind of having to move a lot of earth and not the way we've been looking at it previously. Autumn's been closer to this, and she can talk a little bit about what the PD&E has been looking at and how we've been collaborating with Buckhead on their latest proposal. Autumn?
Yep, sure. Thank you. Right. Absolutely acknowledge the amount of coordination that we've been doing with Buckhead over the years, as well as most recently on the alignment that they proposed. As part of our PD&E study, we absolutely analyze and take and provide feedback on any community ideas or concerns. If we were to go into a further analysis of the alignment that Buckhead proposed, then we would need to provide a change to our scope to our consultant to expand the study to evaluate that analysis or that alignment that Buckhead has proposed. Our cursory review has shown, has been mentioned, that we saw some issues with it from a dirt moving and a topography, and also impact to the floodplain. But at the same time, the community has goals of trying to move the road as far to the east as possible. So, we'd like to be able to continue, and we will continue to work with them to see if we can satisfy those goals and still meet the major objectives of the project.
So would you need a motion then to ask you to expand the scope? I mean, I'd like to at least run the traps for them and say, it does or it does not work, because this is a now or never type of thing. Because once we get too far down the road and the road alignment's done, and there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, coulda. Now's our chance. I just don't want that, and it's a pivot at this point. And as I warn them, it may come back and say the cursory look is exactly where we ended up. But I'd like to at least make sure that we have given them the allowance and the ability to flesh out their ideas.
Right.
Is there a motion? Would that be in a form of motion, Ben?
I think it's always safe to do a motion, Commissioner. I will tell you, you absolutely have the commitment to running the traps in-house with staff as we move forward through the PD&E process. As Autumn mentioned, if what you want is for us to do the full PD&E analysis that does have external consultants, you would be looking at an increased cost. I do believe the amount of expanding the scope would be under the IMC's authority, but nonetheless, if you want to fully vet through the full PD&E, I think a motion would probably be germane. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, they have spent an awful lot of time. They've hired lawyers, they've hired engineers, their neighbors, they're right along there. I would like to see that done. And there's a limit on how far I want to go with this, and understand we may come back and say it's either too expensive and it just doesn't work, or it's not feasible, and that's fair. But I'd like to at least dive a little deeper if we can. So I would make a motion. Is there a limit I put on how much? I mean, give me some framework here.
Maximum, I think what we're looking at, if we were to run the whole length of the PD&E, you're looking at almost 2 corridors, the one that we've been working on that segment and the one that they've proposed. You're probably looking just shy of 6 figures in terms of an increase. Now, on a project of this size, I want to be clear, you have budget for it, but all of that adds up.
Right.
The initial analysis that staff has done in terms of monetary, what we initially estimate, you're looking, we believe, at about a $3 million increase to the total project cost, and not getting into the environmental. But to do the full analysis from a PD&E perspective and have the consultants run it the entire length, you're topping out at about just under $100,000. To have us continue to analyze it and work with the consultants, we'll do that, and we'll continue to work with Buckhead in every neighborhood as we do that. But I'm aware of kind of where you may want to go in terms of the level of detail that you want as we move forward. And so that's easy done.
I'd like to see us do the study. I realize. I mean, and again, if it comes back and says it's $3 million, then that's off the table, because frankly, I think that's too big of a mix, too big of a hit. But I'd like to at least My gut is we may find some of that has some merit. And I don't know, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a traffic guy, so I would make a motion that we basically integrate that in as we go forward, because now's the time rather than later. So,
I second that.
thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second. That,
Yes, property moved and seconded that we, as we move forward with the PD&E study, that it includes the Buckhead proposal for a realignment to the east fully. And then we work through the process.
Yeah, and I'm not saying accept it, I'm just saying do the study to determine what
Yes,
is
sir, the study.
most feasible, right?
So thank you, Commissioner, Madam Chair. Just to be very clear, all of this comes back to you again, and more than once.
Right.
So we'll continue to monitor and track. There will be a final report at the end of the PD&E where you will give policy direction on where the final alignment is, and then we'll take the next step. So you absolutely want to be clear. This motion involves making sure all the PD&E work includes analysis of that proposed alignment.
Okay, thank you.
okay, you ready for the question? All those in favor?
Madam Chair, there's a couple of
Yeah.
hands up.
Let me see who's in line. Commissioner Parker, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that we have to remember that some years ago, the city ran a power line behind Buckhead, and those people got pretty much buffaloed when they ran the power line to the, I think, east of the neighborhood, and there was objection. And I think that I sold a lot of houses for Buckhead and put it on the map. And there were commitments made that that neighborhood would be secured against expansion, in particular with I think that we should go back to the drawing board, and we don't bring new neighborhoods online that will totally supplant and subsume existing neighborhoods. In order to retain the value of existing neighborhoods and to retain the feel, texture, the tenderness of the neighborhood for which people have invested thousands of dollars. It's very important that we don't just take the whole Northeast and ruin everybody else's neighborhood, all because we're trying to get these new, in the hotshot neighborhood, Wilani there. It's got to be balanced. We need to listen to and try to incorporate on the front end. That's why I second Commissioner Deloge's motion. And I have loved ones that live in that neighborhood, and they done put a lot of money, and I done put a lot of money, and everybody else out there done put money in that expensive neighborhood. So I say that sentimentally. I say it from an investment perspective. And I think that in our equitable growth, that we should not run over existing neighborhoods just to facilitate and our heartthrob on this new thing occurring. Let's maintain balance and order. So Commissioner Deloge, for those reasons, and commissioners, I think that we all should stand with Brian in his county commission district.
Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, it feels like we've been working with Buckhead very closely, very well for a while. I mean, they got engaged on this before any other neighborhood, and I really appreciate the neighbors and their representatives and all of their work and, frankly, their due diligence to keep up with us. I think I understand the nuance, Commissioner Deloge and Ben and Autumn, that you all were talking about, but I guess it was my impression that the PD&E wasn't settled on one location for the overpass for the road in the first place, that alternatives are often explored within a PD&E. And we've got the noise, or, the sound recorders or receptors, whatever they're called, those types of things already. So I hear what you're saying, that the motion Commissioner Deloge is offered would be needed to take that extra step. But are we not already looking at alternative routes for the road? Help me understand it a little more.
I'll take the first crack, and if I'm doing a good job, Autumn will nod her head. Otherwise, corrections will ensue. The answer, you're absolutely correct. The PD&E study does look at matters such as where can we cross the road, and then it takes in environmental, and it does take in a broad swath. The issue that we found, though, is the proposed route is beyond that swath. So this is getting that to be included into where the PD&E is currently looking at, which is broad, just not up that hill, let's put it that way.
So I know you were going to let Autumn jump in here. Do we need to add a consultant to do that, or do we need to expand the area in which they could propose alternatives?
We have a consultant, and I'll turn it over to Autumn. I think it's expanding the scope of the consultant's work to be sure that it includes that in their analysis.
And your estimate is that would cost another 3 figures, 100K more, to even add that component in?
I want to be fair to the IA board, and then I also want to go and state a far smaller number to the consultant.
Okay. Autumn, did you have something on that?
Well, I like to use a funnel analogy with a PD&E, where you start at this big broad look, and then as the study goes on, you go more narrow, you do the analyses, public outreach, and it brings you down to one logical, feasible, most cost-effective solution in road alignment. And we're about halfway through that funnel at this point. Where we are now on that halfway point is a road alignment, at least on the east side of Buckhead, that's a little bit more western, if you will, than what Buckhead prefers. So what we're doing is our studies are at that midway point, and they're really focusing on the alignment that we're seeing rise as the most logical and feasible alignment. What Commissioner Deloge is suggested is, let's maybe expand and do those deeper studies on this one that Buckhead has proposed in order to do. I think what'll end up is a more comparison or a matrix or something of the different objectives of the Welaunee project against those two alignments. Whereas we probably would have moved forward with one because of that funnel approach. Well, now we would have two as a result of that.
So as you described that in good PD&E 101, for everyone who's like thinking about how these projects come to be more refined, there were likely decisions made along the way as you narrowed it down into your funnel that left you with this one focus and didn't include the alternative. So, and you're nodding, so I'm just going to take that as a yes, that there were reasons why I came into this without asking you to unpack them all. Commissioner Deloge, I could support the motion if it came back to us at our next meeting.
Yeah, I'm fair.
And let us know why we didn't include it, because I think we have been through this for a long time. And as I said, I celebrate the engagement of Buckhead. But if there are reasons why we have already narrowed that focus that might prevent their alternative from happening, and I don't know enough to say that, I just wouldn't mind seeing that before we spend money. This would only be another month and a half until we see that. So if you get an agenda item come back looking at the consultant costs plus the justification for Autumn's funnel, where we are now, I can get there with you, but I can't support extra money today without having that analysis.
I'm fine with that. And I think the neighbors just want to be heard. They said, we think this is a viable alternative, and it's a little bit of engineering disputes over what they think and what we think. Like I said, it may come back where we say your side is wrong, and here are the 5 reasons: sound, environment, whatever, stormwater, whatever. Or they may say, wow, we really didn't take that into account because, as Autumn pointed out, the funnel has been a little bit more narrow. So I think it's fair for them to get a fair shake on this, as it's going to have a profound impact long-term on their neighborhood. So.
Okay, I think we have no one else in the queue, so we will do a vote.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, the motion is refined now to bring us back an item at the next meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parker, are you okay with that also?
Yeah, I'm for protecting the interests. I got 25 years invested in Buckhead, and I want to listen to my 25 years worth of money. That's all I'm saying.
Very good. Call for the vote.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Deloge,
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor,
Yep.
Commissioner Minor,
Aye.
Commissioner Dozier, Commissioner Dozier.
You're muted.
I took myself off mute, but I must have done it too quickly. Aye.
Okay, great. Commissioner Lindley,
Aye.
thank you. And Commissioner Maddox.
Aye.
Mayor Daley,
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow.
Let's do it.
Okay. Commissioner Richardson,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Aye.
Thank you. Madam Chairman,
Aye.
unanimous, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have, if you would allow me to, before we bring on this next presentation, we have President Robinson from Florida A&M University in the queue, and he needs to leave. So if you would allow him to come on now.
Yes.
Is that okay with you?
Yes, absolutely. As he's coming on, just very briefly, Commissioners, we've got 2 presentations left, then consent. And I believe Dr. Robinson will be speaking to the last item under general business. Appreciate, Madam Chair, the ability to hear him get his comments in now, though, acknowledging that we may go to it later.
Absolutely.
Dr. Robinson, are you there?
It showed earlier that he had left the meeting, unless he's coming back.
Oh. Okay.
Just as you all were introducing him, it showed that he had left the meeting.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah.
Dr. Friday Stroud, do you have any new information? Okay, well,
Come back.
yes, ma'am. We'll see if we can get him back, and we'll proceed then.
Well, Dr. Hudson is on there.
I'm trying to get him back. Hello, everyone.
Robinson is back.
Okay.
Yes. Good afternoon, civil servants of Tallahassee and Leon County. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak briefly. I'm actually toggling between meetings. I've been on this call listening to your discussion since 2 o'clock, and I commend you for the honorable way in which you have conducted your business on the behalf of citizens in Leon County and the city of Tallahassee. It really makes me proud to be a resident here. So thank you, and to your staff for the work that you're doing. I just want to give you just a brief notion of why this issue of Bragg Stadium is so important, not only to us, but to the city and the county, and that it ought to be viewed as an investment. Since 1957, when some of us were just toddlers, this stadium has been a mainstay in this community on its south side. And we believe that the future that this stadium holds is even more important than the past, because of not only the circumstances that are happening around the nation today and the world, but for the very specific reasons that we have to believe that the types of decisions that we're making regarding our athletic programs will lead to even greater opportunities for the citizens of this town and revenue opportunities for those as well. As many of you have heard, we've changed our alliance in terms of athletic conferences. I know that Commissioner Proctor is crying over that. He doesn't get to see those Bisons come to town and get beat up every other year. And that's probably why he didn't want to support the stadium in the first place, but that's okay. But this is a wonderful opportunity for us to continue this great investment on the South Side. It's not just about football, it's about culture, it's about history, and it's about the future of this community. I'm extremely impressed with the city for taking a bold move of placing the Black Lives Matter down on the South Side as well, at Gaines and Railroad Avenue. I think, finishing off this stadium will be the exclamation mark, right? Showing that we are truly invested in the south side of this town, understanding that the revenue that this activity generates serves the entire community. And a perfect example of how this works is the COVID-19 test site, right? I want to thank all of you, certainly our partners at the Department of Health and Emergency Management, but the city, the county, local businesses, community leaders, and our own staff are working together to put what I believe is one of the most productive community-based test sites in the state of Florida. By the day's end, we would have tested over 19,000 individuals since we started on April the 25th of this year. And we plan to continue this well into the future. It shows how working together, we can get some phenomenal things done. And we also know, I know everybody on this meeting knows the importance of having this at a place where it's accessible to individuals who might not have the resources otherwise required to get this very important test done. So I want to thank you for that. And I believe in the same vein of partnerships and impact, your investment in helping us to maintain this great legacy we call the Bragg Memorial Stadium will reap benefits for many, many years to come. So with that, Madam Chair, thank you for giving me a few minutes to express my appreciation for the work that you're doing and to solicit your support of this opportunity to enhance our stadium. I do want to, although I have to leave, just to let you know, we have others on the call. Dr. Hudson is on the call. VP Gaucher is on the call, and other members of our maintenance staff who can provide you any additional details or answer questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. We certainly appreciate your coming.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Dr. Robinson has Bragg Stadium in the middle of District 1. And among the historic things that have occurred in that stadium was the Class A 1976 State High School Football Championship, for which I quarterbacked to the tune of 38-0. That's one of the highlights that occurred in Bragg Stadium in its memorable history. But I want him to know that we are disappointed that the Rattlers left the MEAC conference, and I can understand their desire to emulate the Mecca and capstone of higher education and to emulate the William P. Green Stadium at Howard University. And as a great model, Ms. President, you really don't need a press box because we don't at Howard. You don't need a bathroom or a water fountain because we don't have one. So, how dare you come before us today when we have tried to show you all you need is a field and people gather about 400 to get together and the rest of them can go out on the yard and look at a screen and everything will be all right. That's all I got to say, Madam Chair.
Madam
Chair?
Yes, I'm coming to you, Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Robinson leaves, I wanted to acknowledge you. Commissioner Maddox.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess he could go, but my question for the board is, since we got him here in this moment, we're at this point, is there any willingness of the board to go ahead and make an agenda modification to take up that item now versus waiting until later in the meeting? Oh yeah, and I wanted to give Commissioner Proctor a quick shout out for his Al Bundy moment of playing quarterback back in 1976. I want to see the tape before I believe you led the team there, Commissioner Proctor. But
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, my original question is just about whether we want to take the item up now, or you want it to wait, or we can have agenda modification to take it up now. Thank you.
Okay, I've been told that I have the option of allowing that to happen, and I'm certainly open to it while the president is here. To doing that and modifying our agenda and moving that up to this moment.
Okay.
You need a motion, or is that your prerogative, Madam Chair?
I need a good motion.
I'm following instructions. Hold on.
No, I think it's a prerogative.
Says the prerogative of the chair.
Yeah. Without objection.
Unless there's some objection, if there is, I'll like to entertain a motion.
Be quiet, Proctor. No objection from any bisons.
Y'all leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Well, acknowledging that there is a replete presentation somewhere that I'm sure Angela is racing to find and bring up. I'll just take it from the. She does have it? Oh, there it is. Wow. Oh, that's wonderful. All right. So just at a high level, and Dr. Robinson, thank you. I will say before we even get to this, as the city and county commissioners know, it has been a pleasure working with he and his executive team. We've had many meetings, very productive, not just on this issue. Airport Gateway comes to mind, and a lot of the work that the city does and the county does. So good to see you again, sir.
Thank you.
And so I'll piggyback off of your comments to open up. So you may recall a few months ago, go back to the last slide before we show the big reveal. You may recall a few months ago, Dr. Friday Stroud came before you and shared with you a request for funding. The funding request was for $10 million at that point in time. And it was surrounding a concept that had been considered and advocated for by family leadership for some time. I want to say about a half a decade, potentially more. And it was for a new stadium to be in the southeast part of the FAMU campus. And so the standing direction from the IA board was to direct staff, us, to continue to work with Dr. Robinson and his executive team and bring back a report on what that might be. And we appreciate him and his team, and we have been doing that. About maybe 3 weeks ago, it's possible sooner, but there was a series of meetings with, give respect to Commissioner Williams-Cox and City Manager Reese Code. I think it had heard about this concept first, and very quickly it elevated to your blueprint staff, or went down to your blueprint staff to work upon. And what that was a change. It was an acknowledgement, and I'll paraphrase here because I'm sort of ad-libbing, but it was an acknowledgement that while that new stadium concept is still a very valid concept, it may not be the time for it, and that the more immediate demand may very well be the fixing of the existing Bragg Stadium. And so we've had a series of meetings, and we've tried to work very quickly and thoroughly as your blueprint and place staff to receive this new request, to start the process of reviewing it and determining all that would be entailed in this request. And I want to be very clear, we're not fully vetted at this point in time, and I don't think that's really what's being presented to you. I fully acknowledge that there's more work to be done in terms of analysis from now I'm just speaking from your place staff representatives, before monies would be expended. But we certainly are in receipt of this. I will tell you that the conversation and the communication with Dr. Robinson and his leadership has been superb. A lot of questions remain, but the need is pretty well defined. So we'll get to that now. Next slide, please. So there is some material, and this comes from that which has been distributed, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but I acknowledge, as Dr. Robinson said, I think there's a quorum of the FAMU executive team on this call that I'm sure can answer questions about this. But there was a small bit of information, a small packet, if you will, that really laid out at a high level some of the maintenance needs that exist at the current Bragg Stadium to bring it into, I'll say, ADA compliance, and to make sure that it's a going concern, not so much for the 20 football season, but certainly it's our understanding in time for the 21 season, there are corrections that would need to be made. Next slide. So here's the first page of some of the latest cost estimate. The cost estimates do add up to and actually surpass $10 million, although I think the surpassing is not being asked of the IA board to consider. You will see, and you can see what they are. They are stadium repairs related to various components of the stadium. And we're just, again, commissioners, we're just beginning from your staff to review, and as you would expect that we would, every one of these components. Any repairs that may have already been done and what remains. We would, if you give us the direction today to move forward, we would look at updating the estimates. We would look at cost sharing. We would look at ways to mitigate costs and do a full review of, fundraising, et cetera. Next. You just see some additional descriptions adding up to the 10 million. I don't believe that the stage 3 has been requested. I'm sure FAMU will correct me if I get that wrong, but I think it's just stages 1 and 2. I know when I'm done, Madam Chair, Commissioner Proctor seems to.
I have it.
Okay. Next slide, please. So here's where we are today. The FAMU proposal does come to the $10 million mark. We did the initial analysis and review. This has been presented as an economic development request to utilize economic development money. In accordance with your policies, we hold that up against the standard of the economic vitality strategic plan that you all have approved, and you judge against all requests. We've identified some areas where we believe, if it is your will, there could be alignment with that economic development strategic plan. So the bottom line and the caveat, and appreciate the prior discussion that occurred in your budget workshop. So as you heard in many of the briefings, I honestly can't remember if I've mentioned it here yet today in the workshop, but I'll say it now. Because of COVID and the updates that we just addressed in your budget workshop, the same question that was asked back when the first FAMU request on this was made, I believe in March, and that question from, I believe, Commissioner Maddox was, okay, before we get into this request, how much money has not been allocated or identified for something else? That answer was 14 million. The same question placed today with the revenues going down, bluntly or directly, is right around 4 million, less than. So there's a gap here that if that we have to pay attention to moving forward. If the direction today, and we're going to get down to the options that are before you, you may note that your staff prepared an agenda item, and again, thanking Dr. Robinson and his team for the collaboration leading to this. Your staff prepared an agenda item that seeks your policy input today, acknowledging fully that there is a time clock on this. This is unlike other projects. I will pick on the convention center. There is an urgency to do it. but there is no threat of not being able to have a season, if you will, to put it respectfully. We understand that this is, as we understand it, very much on time. That being stated, we prepared an agenda item for you today that was responsive, but that gives us the time to continue, if you can direct us to move forward, to do the due diligence, the analysis, and to look at the finances of how we could come up with funds to partner or to provide some economic development funds towards this project. Next slide, please. So these are the next steps that I've identified. Clearly, the engagement and collaboration is at the beginning, not at the end on this opportunity that's been brought and the request that's been brought before you. We have received initial analysis on some of the prior economic benefit of Rattler football. We would run our own analysis on this request and continue to explore that so you can see from an economic perspective, the return on investment, if you will. Obviously, we would work that through your EBLC, your Citizens Advisory Committee, and all the various oversight to get that public input as you would expect. We would explore further project cost analysis, mitigation, see if there's a way to go be under the 10 million at the end of the day, and what the cost sharing options are. So that is yet to be explored fully. We would work on a project timeline, and then we would bring this back for further action at a time that is appropriate for the IA to take final action. So that's really what's before you today. It's probably the next slide. That might be the last. Yeah, there are the options. Here are the options that we have. Obviously, option number 3 is there for you. But we're really, after that report, we're here to answer any questions that you may have. And I do acknowledge all the various people from the president himself and his team that are also on the call to answer any questions for this point in time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Proctor.
You're muted.
You must be muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank staff for their measured response to this ask coming from FAMU. That's why we have a staff to filter and to make certain that everything is tight and right in those matters which we support. I believe that we, however, as the board, we signal to our staff, and that's why we had item 3, just the meaning of projects and how much we want to embrace. And I believe that this project is embraceable, and we should be most expeditious in supporting in good faith supporting him. Let me just say why. Number one, this is a stadium where the defending national champion of historically Black colleges and universities play. This is a national champion. And Commissioner Maddox, you know a little bit about being a national champion. And we're not just any facility. This is a historic facility. And the reigning team that suits up there are national champions currently. Not only that, we have our presentation of pageantry and music. We have a Rose Bowl performing band that qualifies, is summons all over the world that performs in this facility. That's why it's the place where everybody wants to be. And it's why it's embraceable that we have joined a conference where the first African-American quarterback for the Washington Redskins, Doug Williams, come out of that conference. Jerry Rice came out of that conference. Walter Payton come out of that conference. And don't forget, I played in the stadium that's, joined that conference. And Florida A&M University is valued the millions of dollars. I know that they are a city customer exceeding $10 million in utility. We're not talking about the return on investment. We're talking about what they put in on the front end year after year. And we also need to know that they add to the cultural diversity add to the greatness and the richness of the name Tallahassee. And I need for you all to know, if you don't, that since 1887, Black lives have mattered at Florida A&M University, because my mom and my daddy attended, met, and married and had me from Florida A&M University. That's why it's very important to me, Florida A&M University.
Well,
If you subtract the civil rights impact of students calling the name and the role of Florida A&M students in civil rights advancement, you just don't have the same Tallahassee. You look at the national leaders, you don't have it. These are all reasons that when our faculty, students, staff pay utilities and support our community in every way, there's no doubt about the total commitment that Florida A&M gives year after year after year. This is the first time in the 24 years that I've sat at this table that Florida A&M University has ever come in a moment like this. And I think what has not been lifted up by our staff, but Dr. Friday Strauss did indicate that we have structural needs which would put us in a probationary state with regard to using the facility. So there is an extenuating circumstance for which also compels them to be here. Now, Mr. President, I need to tell you that I see that stage 2 would repair the home side restrooms, and it just seemed like I don't know what the visitors are going to do, but and how we don't have any bathrooms. So if we go to the home side to use the bathroom, and I've often compared Bragg Stadium and the fairground facilities, but we need to tighten up the fairground, and we need to tighten up. Those are the 2 largest outdoor facilities we have in this community. So I'm 100% down, but I'm a baby rattler. Commissioner Williams-Cox is a FAMU grown rattler, and I would defer to any kind of motion that she would just let me shadow with her if she would in supporting our head rattler. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
thank you. It is with esteem, pride, and pleasure that I make the motion that we accept staff recommendation, option number 2, I believe it is, to continue to let me make sure I'm reading the right thing now, because I've looked at what you had there. I think it's option 2, that we're directing staff to continue to do this work so that we can bring Bragg Memorial Stadium to where it needs to be for the ask that they've asked for of $10 million to help the stadium continue to be a community asset in our community. They have expanded COVID testing. They started with 200, now they're up to 500, and I understand that is they're meeting those numbers by midday. So there is great need right now in the present for Florida A&M, and if we do not come to the table now to help Florida A&M continue to be a community asset and being an anchor on the South Side, then what are we doing? What are we doing? Yes, Black lives do matter. We've got to make sure that Florida A&M continues to be able to provide that level of service to all lives, but especially those who have come before us and those who will come after us. I have a 16-year-old granddaughter who is dual enrolled right now down in Port St. Lucie. She has compared her classes at Indian River College to what Florida A&M will accept. She is ready to come here with her AA in hand. And when she comes with her AA in hand in the fall of 2022, I want her to attend her first football game as a student in a renovated stadium, and a safe stadium. So that's what we want for everyone. I want it for her, and I want it for everyone. So with that being said, I offer that motion.
All right.
I'll second that.
And we have a second from, who was it?
Commissioner Deloge.
Commissioner Deloge.
Yeah,
I have a lineup.
Madam Chair, with the second?
Go ahead.
A couple of questions, and I'm fine with continuing the study, but just a couple of things I want to bring up. I'd like to have a request made to our legislative delegation. I'm a little nervous that we're starting to set a precedent around the state where local government somehow supports a state university, and it's a slippery slope there. I just want to make sure legally we're okay. I'd ask staff from a blueprint standpoint to make sure that the funds, those economic development funds versus infrastructure, that we meet the policies and the guidelines. And lastly, since we're using the Bragg Stadium, and thank you, Dr. Robinson, for your leadership. You have been a rock star out there since the beginning. Could we use some of the CARES funding, potentially do some immediate repairs? Is there a way, somehow a way we could get some of that funding to use it? I'm just asking that we kind of run the traps on those as we do the analysis. So that was with my.
So the answer to that is a resounding no.
Clearly you've looked at that.
And it's not because, well, no, because of the restrictions on those funds provided by the feds. We've looked at every possibility. We'll be using those money to support students. Some of them will happen to be athletes, right? But that's about the extent of it. We can't pay for salaries of coaches and those kinds of things. We can be direct COVID-19 related impacts, and the stadium isn't one of those, obviously.
Okay.
Madam Chair, on point. Madam Chair, on point. Dr. Robinson, also, I know I heard, and thank you, Commissioner Deloche for seconding it, but I heard him also talk about the legislative dollars. As I understand it, state funding cannot be used for athletics.
That's correct.
Okay, so the legislature is off the table as far as we're concerned in regards to helping with the stadium.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Menlo, I think you're next in line.
Yeah, thank you. I don't share any of those concerns, Commissioner Deloge, but thanks for bringing them to our attention. I do think the budget would be the big item, and I just want clarification, Ben. When we pass this motion, when we come back at the budget conversation, then we'll have the $10 million planned out for how we can move forward with that this year.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner, thank you very much. If this motion passes, when we bring back the analysis, it will include the dollar figure for the corrections, whatever that topped out, no greater than 10 million. And it will include policy options to fund up to that amount. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful. And, I think when we look at the totality of our economic development dollars, we have a lot in one bucket, and we could just look widespread of how we can find savings. It occurs to me, if we pushed out some projects that may not be necessary right off the bat, we could save money on some of the debt service and cover entire new projects like this one. So I'll leave that to staff to figure out how best to fund things. But I think there's a fiscal way that everybody can achieve something great for all of our communities. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Deloge, did you want to weigh back in? I know you did on your second, but you're in the line.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish it. Dr. Robinson, part of my ask was, I wonder if the county, if we're coming out of pocket, is there CARES money that we have control over that might be able to use for the stadium? Different approach.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I just know the restrictions on those.
And as part of I wanted to make sure that we at least reached out to our legislative delegation and made an ask and said, what is out there that can be used? And I worry about us crossing the line between local and state government from a funding standpoint. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I will say this, Commissioner, Madam Chair, if I might, I do know that the issues around athletics this year are going to be challenging everywhere. And I do know that there has been a hard look at some of the monies that might be used in what we call auxiliaries, housing, food, services, libraries, et cetera. And there's some flexibility that the Board of Governors has, except for one. And that's, athletics. It's a state statute that says you cannot use those auxiliary funds to support athletics very clearly. Okay, and so the only way that could be changed would be through the Florida legislature, and that wouldn't help us. That wouldn't happen in time for us to salvage this process. I do want to emphasize the point that was made earlier. There is some time sensitiveness to this issue. We're talking about playing or not playing in this stadium in 2021. And the repairs that need to get done, obviously, would have a timeline that the sooner we get to them, the better.
Madam
Okay.
Chair.
I'm coming to you, Commissioner Richardson, but Commissioner Dozier is next in line.
Okay.
Commissioner Dozier.
Madam Chair, if Commissioner Richardson was on point, I'm happy to let him go first.
No,
All right.
go ahead.
Commissioner Dozier. Richardson.
No, go ahead. It's not on point.
Okay.
Just-
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go back to you, Commissioner Dozier.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Robinson, it's good to see you. Thank you for your leadership, and the testing at Bragg Stadium has been an incredible gift asset to our community recently. So thank you very much. And I want to say also to Dr. Friday Stroud, we served together on the Innovation Park Board for many, many years now, as Dr. Robinson and I worked together on there years ago. And we spent about an hour yesterday talking through the request and all the different issues. So just really appreciate your time and your the information you provided, both subsequent to Ben this week and in our conversation. I am troubled a bit right now because I feel like we might get into a question of whether or not we support FAMU, whether or not we think the football program should absolutely have a place to play in 2021. That is a value we all share. I think there's great return on that investment through Tourist Development Council funding, Visit Tallahassee, the bed tax, the sales tax, everything else. I shared this with Dr. Friday Stroud yesterday. I agree with all of the goals and the reasons why Bragg needs to be improved and your ultimate goal of having a new stadium. What I'm concerned about is that any questions about where and how we fund a project like that are going to be taken as we don't support FAMU and these ultimate goals. So I needed to say that up front because I do support this, as Commissioner Deloge just went through. You know, if there was other funding sources, if we could be supportive and help with this, I would be all for it. Where we are right now, and I'm generally willing to support going to the next step to get more information in, and I assume that will come to us and at the next meeting, whether that be August or September. So I don't mind looking at this, and I would like to see a breakdown of the phased approach. That was something Dr. Friday Strauss and I talked about, and I believe was in Mr. Barkley's material, that there could be a phased approach to funding repairs. I think that would be something good for us to look at. So just distilling this, one, if we make other decisions in the budget, as we've made today, because of COVID-19, we do not have $10 million within in the life of OEB that's uncommitted. Just period, full stop. That is profoundly concerning to me. I think programs for entrepreneurs, programs to help SBDC, programs to help build our business community is an incredibly important part of retaining students from FAMU. Dr. Robinson and Dr. Friday Strauss, I mean, we've worked on Innovation Park for so long. We know our economic development approach needs to be diversified. I think highly of the work you all have done in this space in recent years. So I hope you hear me when I say, if we had the money right now, I would love to help and be supportive of the full amount. I'm not willing to use the rest of our money for the next 20 years for just a couple of different projects. I think that is going to help us in the short term, but not the long term. So again, I'm open to seeing the next agenda item. We don't have to stop this right now. If a phased approach, a few $1 million to get us through 2021 could help, and then we look at the rest later, I'm willing to explore those options. But we don't have $10 million right now, and this is concerning. The other thing, Madam Chair, and I suppose I was going to save this for the end of the meeting, but I suppose I'll toss it out right now because I think it's been referenced in our budget discussions, and someone may have mentioned a moment ago. We have a commitment that we've made to the convention center, working with FSU, that was higher, twice as much than we first anticipated. We made that commitment in March. And I am very curious what FSU thinks about the status of that project. I'm not sure we can move forward as quickly as we had anticipated in March. And so at the end of the meeting, I was going to ask if we could have an agenda item brought back to us at the next meeting that our staff in consultation with FSU can look at that project and see if we can push it out a few years, if we need to push it out a few years. That could both save some money. We have a commitment for a couple $1 million in both of the next 2 years, in addition to a few $100,000 for feasibility studies. So I'm not saying these two things are tied together, but I think we have committed to a lot of projects, put all of our eggs in a couple of baskets if we do FAMU and FSU. Again, they're both incredibly valuable opportunities for our community. I'm just not sure OEV should be the funding source for all or most of these two projects. So, Madam Chair, I will leave the FSU piece aside and come back at the end and make a motion for that. I just wanted to let you know that I have these concerns, not just about FAMU and the Bragg Stadium, but also about our other commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson.
Madam Chair, I think, all of the comments that have been made. Oh, first of all, Dr. Robinson, thank you for being here this afternoon and being a part of our discussion. I think the comments that have been made have all been legitimate comments. I guess where I'm starting to get concerned is that we're starting to be fast and loose with spending money here, $1 million there, 10 million there, 12 million here, and yet we don't have enough money now to get past the first 5 years of what's supposed to be 20 years of funding. I support vetting this project to see where we go with it, how we can be involved. I don't think it should be 100% funded by Blueprint dollars. I think it should be a partnership, and I certainly hope that we're looking at that as an alternative as well. The university or the booster or alumni group's commitment to this as well. I know this has been an issue facing Florida A&M for quite some time now. It's not new. But I guess where my concern is I, of course, as you all know, because you and Dr. Friday Stroud were there as well, Dr. Robinson, when we served on Imagine Tallahassee and the sales tax committee as well, I think our vision was more how we would grow our economic base here in Tallahassee through this set aside of funds that we had not done before. 100% of the original sales tax extension went towards infrastructure projects. And so we did the 12% for economic development, but I'm not sure that any of us at the time imagined it would be used for projects like this, especially at such an ask, such a level of ask. So I have concerns there, and I will put those on the table I'm interested in seeing us move forward, just to see what kind of information is being brought back. I hesitate for us to make a solid commitment of $10 million to this project right now. I think we ought to vet it out completely and see, what else can be brought to the table if there are other alternative sources of revenue that we might be able to bring to the table. I support the university. I always have. When I was in the legislature, I was one of the big proponents of Florida A&M University. I carried the budget request for the Lawson Center in the House of Representatives with my colleague at the time, Senator Lawson. And so, certainly the commitment is there, the support is there. But like I said, when we initially set aside this 12% for economic development, I don't know that at the time any of us imagined that it would be for projects of this sort. And the other thing that I just would want to ask, and I know Dr. Friday Stroud and I talked about this somewhat yesterday, if we're talking about economic development, what will be the economic impact of this? What will be the return on investment economically? That we should have that information to consider as well. And I know, of course, it will be, Visit Tallahassee and the bed tax that it will bring in, but what's the full scope of that? So those are just some of the kinds of questions that I'd like and information that I'd like staff to bring back as we're making a decision about what we can do and how much we might be able to do towards this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, on point.
Go ahead.
Okay, to Commissioner Richardson's, some of his comments. One, this was not a ask for everything that's needed to fix Bragg. It is a partnership. As you heard in the presentation, it's going to take more than $10 million to do that. So there are partnerships already on deck to help with that. We're being asked to come to the table because if you look at the economic impact of FAMU's homecoming 2016, 2019, there's been some major investments in this community by people coming to games here. I don't have to tell you that you live here, but all of that, here is an opportunity where Florida A&M has come to the table. I know the last time they were at the table, they asked for $1.5 million. Okay, here's an opportunity where they've come to the table because there's an immediate need that we're going to need to have in our community. Otherwise, those dollars won't be coming to Tallahassee. They'll be going other places. So we can either decide that this is an investment that we want to participate in, or we can kiss those dollars goodbye that could come to our community. So they're not asking for everything that's needed. They're asking for a portion of what is needed.
Thank you. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the motion on the floor, but I'll tell you what my concern is, just given the conversation we're having. If I had my way, I would modify the motion to give more certainty to the fact that we're going to move in this direction of funding this ask about FAMU. What I hear here today is a bunch of questions and an opportunity for staff to dig further into it and bring us back more information. We have committed a lot of money, but the money is there. The statement was made and the money's not there. There's money's there. There's money. There's been commitment. There's money that, as Commissioner Dozier said, just looking at the convention center alone, we don't know if that's going to be pushed back, moved around, whatever. I believe the money's there in some way for us to find. We just got to have staff go find it. What I don't want is for us to get through this motion today, come back in a month or two when the rubber hits the road and it's time for us to make a definitive decision on whether or not we're going to give that $10 million to FAMU, and then say, well, we just can't find a way to give it. We can find a way to give it. So if I had my way, it wouldn't be an indication of staff to come back with the possibilities. It would be a direction for staff to come back with how we're going to, with the understanding that this is something that we're going to do. family doesn't have time for us to waste their time with just the thought of, well, maybe we might, maybe we will. This needs to be something more definitive of, yes, we're your partner, we're going to move forward with this, and this is something that we're going to do. Regardless of what happens here today, I'll tell you this right now, I'm supporting today. I supported in the past when I made the original motion for them to look at getting some money in the future, and I'm going to support when this comes back. But if I had my way, it would be more definitive today. I understand everybody wants information, and and everybody wants to know this and know that. But I firmly believe that if we wanted to do this, we can do this. If staff wanted to find the money, we could find the money. Even if we had to cut in some other places or redo some of our commitments, we can find this money. So let's find it. But I just don't. I don't want to leave here today with a yes, when in the back of our minds, some of us are thinking, I know when it comes back, I'm not going to be able to get there. Let me tell you, Nick Maddox is most definitely going to be able to get there. And I hope if it passes today, that the rest of the folks who are on that side of it passing, and even those who may not be, will be able to get there, because this is something that a pillar of our community needs in order to have a stadium for economic development that's going to come back into this community in 2021. I feel very, very, very extremely strongly about this. And this is not a time for us to just kick the ball down the field. We had a great feat earlier with funding that fairground and getting that in the $100 million bond. Let's keep this momentum going and make sure that we're able to put FAMU in a position that they know that we have their back, and when they need that stadium to be built now with the funding that they need in order for them to continue to play and provide the economic development in Leon County that they've provided for so many years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Right now in the queue, we'll have Mayor Daley and then Commissioner Proctor and Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And by the way, let me apologize. I'm still experiencing some connection issues as I did this morning. So I have, for the most part, turned my camera off because the audio feed comes in better. I am here. I'll come back on video to speak, but do know I'm here and I'm participating in the votes. Quite simple, Dr. Robinson, I want you to know how much I appreciate you and your staff spending time with my office and bringing me up to speed. I, of course, know that my colleagues have some concerns, and I know you'll continue to work with them on those concerns. For me, it's simple. I support you 150% in this endeavor. I think it's an incredible project. I'm ready to vote yes today, and when it comes back to us, I will support you as well. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. You're a great community partner. You tell the coach, by the way, and we talked about this, last year you had an undefeated home season, and I know the City Commission was interested in honoring the football team for that accomplishment before COVID hit. We can't do it in chambers, but we're going to find the appropriate time to celebrate the Rattler football season last year. But I am with you 100% on this project. I think it's a great project. We're going to make it happen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President, I have a question. Barclay Consulting Engineers have sent out a sheet of paper which is included in this. Sir, would you say that Barclay Consulting Engineers are qualified or certified and bona fide to write their assessment of the needs for our stadium? Do you think that can we rely on what they're telling us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioners, I believe that FAMU don't need no training wheels on their bicycle. Dr. Robinson has built an illustrious dorm. He has another one waiting for folk to occupy this semester. He has a new student center. He got a basketball gymnasium. He's fully knowledgeable of the processes for building. So $10 million is not like he needs training wheels, and we got to slow walk him and all of that. I think the mayor has spoken well, and you're either down with FAMU, and there's nothing in North Florida that signifies Black Lives Matter than Florida University. In fact, in the state of Florida, there's no more towering symbol of Black pride and the number of graduates which we have. Now, I believe that my constitutional law class, if Dr. Robinson give me a chance on 1 o'clock Saturdays, that I could pack the stadium out teaching constitutional law. But, you know, only the coach get that chance to put his stuff out there, but I can do it too. But I believe that Barkley has spoken well, and the technicians, the technocrats, the engineers who are on the FAMU team, they've done it again and again. There's no flies. Let me put it like this. They bring a team which supersedes our staff. Their team has more weight, more projects across the state and southeastern United States, their team. So we're not talking about beginners. We're talking about winners. And I think that we should move expeditiously because this is a time-sensitive ask. And I believe that the national champion team in our own yard is our front and our backyard. And I want also for those who have discomfort about can we support Florida and him, please remember that we put in that $20 million ask when the president went up to Pennsylvania was here, and we put $20 million. So it ain't like precedent, Commissioner Deloge, if you can remember, precedent has been well established. And then not only did we put $20 million for that Madison Mile for the president of, I believe, I can't remember his name, start with a B, I believe. But he went to Pennsylvania, and we need to support, and I'm asking you commissioners to make sure that we give FAMU the reign of which they have 133 years. You know, they got more time doing this than all of us put together. And I would support a great motion by Commissioner Cox that we recognize the expeditious nature, that we not be two-faced and hypocritical. And we sit here and act like this is the first time we ever gave university some money, when you know good and cotton picking well, that we got people coming right after Dr. Robinson leaves, and you want to give $50-some million. Now that's and that's 5 times greater. So I don't know what the confusion is. If we ain't got $10 million to give to Robinson, I ain't got $50 million to give to Thrasher. Is that plain? Is that simple? So I'm ready to vote with the mayor, with Williams. If we ain't got $10 million for FAMU, damn, we ain't got $50 million for FSU. Drop the mic.
Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, FAMU is a pillar of the community. Bragg Stadium is a big part of that. I support option 2. I'm going to vote for this motion. I have every intention of supporting it when it comes back to us as a follow-up agenda item. In the next year or two, I'm going to be keeping my eye out for other commitments that Blueprint has made on other projects, because I'm concerned about us allocating all this money. I'm not talking about how it relates to Bragg. I'm talking in general senses, right? I'm fully in support of this, and I intend to do it, support it again when it comes back to us. But as Commissioner Dozier said, I think Commissioner Richens said this too, we need to look for ways where we can have some funding available for other opportunities that come up in the next 10, 15 years. I don't want commissions after us constantly having glimpses of opportunities that this community can chase, but for funding. So I support this. I want it to move forward. But over the next several months, couple of years, I think we need to be very mindful of the commitments we've made and figure out where we might be able to get more funds so that we have the ability to jump on opportunities that we can't foresee yet, but that are likely to come across our way in the coming years. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Richardson, you had your hand up for a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief. I intend, like everyone else, to support this issue when it comes back. But I tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to shirk my responsibility to ask questions. I would do that of anyone that came before us. We should do that and get information so that when the community asks us, well, did you ask this question? Did you have it? We have that information. And I'm sure that there will be people in the community that will ask. There are people right now, I'm sure if you've got a Facebook page, you've got people posting to your Facebook page, why in the hell did you put a Black Lives Matter mural in Tallahassee using taxpayers' money? I have an answer to that question. No, there's no question about it. And so, yeah, I'm going to support. I have supported FAMU. I put a niece of mine through FAMU who was a teenage parent. I took care of her and her 1-year-old son. By the way, his name is Little Curtis, and put them through FAMU. Like I said, I was one of the biggest advocates that Florida A&M University had in the legislature for 8 years. There were people who thought I attended FAMU. I was such an advocate of FAMU, and I will continue to be in every respect. I believe in the mission of Florida A&M University. But again, that doesn't make me shirk my responsibility to ask questions of anyone who comes before us with an ask for how we're going to spend taxpayers' money. Am I going to support this issue? Absolutely I am. But I think that staff ought to do the due diligence and vetting so that we have answers for the general public when they come to us, who might come to us and ask us. We need to have answers for them. But there is no question at all that I support Florida A&M University, will support this request, but I think that we just need to make sure we have done our due diligence in terms of information and the vetting of the project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. If you have spoken already and you are satisfied, would you just drop your hand so I'll know who really is waiting to speak? Almost everyone still has their hand up on mine.
Oh, I was going to say, but Madam Chair, can we call the question? Dr. Robinson had another meeting, and he's been here a whole hour with us.
We're going to call the question when we have this type of issue in front of us.
Yes, ma'am. That's parliamentary procedure.
This has been called a second, Madam Chair. Can we get a vote on that?
Yes, we can get a vote on it. Properly moved and second that we call the question. All those in favor, let's go ahead and call the roll.
This is on calling the question?
Yes, only on calling the question.
Why don't you just call the vote?
Okay.
Because there's more discussion before the vote.
Chair this meeting, Madam Chair.
We're 2 hours in and we haven't touched consent. We have 2 more projects. We have general business.
But we have to vote on calling the question. That is parliamentary procedure. And if you would indulge us, let's go ahead and do that so we can move on. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Deloge. I'm calling the question.
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor.
Drop the mic.
Not a yay or nay? Nay.
Commissioner Dozier.
Never.
Commissioner Lindley.
No.
Commissioner Maddox.
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Matlow.
Yeah.
Commissioner Richardson.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Williams Cox.
Yes.
Madam Chairman.
Yes. All right, so the vote is passed. So we're calling the question.
Just call the question.
Now we're going to the main motion, which is, what is the main motion?
The main motion is option number 2, Madam Chairman.
Option number 2. Let's call the roll
For the
again.
vote, okay. On option number 2, Commissioner Deloge.
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Proctor.
Unmute.
You're muted, Commissioner Proctor.
I'm sorry, I broke the mic when it fell, but drop it again. Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Minor.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Dozier. Commissioner Dozier, you're muted, ma'am.
This is for option 2? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Lindley.
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox.
You're muted, Commissioner Maddox.
Did you get me?
Commissioner Maddox, you're still, okay, there was yes, okay. Mayor Daley.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Yes.
And Madam Chairman.
Yes.
It passes.
Unanimous.
I believe so.
Yes. Dr. Robinson, thank you so much for staying and answering questions and participating in our dialogue. So
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and we look forward to moving this along and providing what additional information you might need to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Dozier and if you would put your hand down on the. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'm going to take the liberty of speaking on behalf of OEB. We're back in presentations rather than her giving a presentation, acknowledging the time. We will distribute her slide deck. I actually think we may have already done so. Needless to say, I will tell you there's a lot of great information, much of which has been shared, not just with the EVLC, but with the economic stakeholders that have been critical all during the CEDAR grant, the LEAN grant, and now CARES Act preparation. So a lot of good information. You just know that she's there to answer any questions that you may have, but a lot of good work that OEB has been doing. And with that, I will, Madam Chair, if you will indulge me, I will skip we will skip the OEB presentation. The last presentation is one that builds off of Director Calder's earlier presentation that noted the project at a high level, which is the Market District project. And this is the KCCI Catalyst class project. They do have a brief presentation. Mr. O'Brien, I believe, is going to be giving that and talking about some of the great work that KCCI's current Catalyst class has done, both at Sable Palm Elementary, and some suggestions for inclusion into your consideration for future activities up at Market District. Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, sir. We are ready. Yes, sir. Can you hear us?
I believe you're on. Yes, sir.
Perfect. All right. I believe some slides will come on in a second. But just going ahead to get started as those slides kind of show up. Hello, my name is Patrick O'Brien, and I am here with Susanna Grissel on behalf of KCCI. We are part of a diverse group of 13 citizens sharing our expertise as volunteer KCCI community catalysts. Our team includes a range of diverse backgrounds, from a transportation planner, an architect, interior designers, bankers, and more. Our Catalyst team set out to identify ways of enhancing cycling safety and promoting Leon County as a cycling destination. As with all KCCI projects, we began with community conversations and research. We've received feedback from over 2,000 citizens in 18 of our 20 zip codes, which helped guide the recommendations and directions that we are about to share with you. These recommendations address community, public health, and cycling safety issues. Florida ranks last in the country in regard to bicycle and pedestrian safety. Leon County is on FDOT's list of top 25 counties most in need of more bicycling and pedestrian infrastructure. And in addition, we have world-class biking trails here in Leon County, and a lot of people just don't know about them. So hopefully the slide deck comes on, Angela. And we'll bring up a slide that kind of shows some of our parks. I can share it. Angela, do you want me to share the screen? I can pull it up.
Why don't you go ahead and pull it up?
Okay, just give me one moment. Apologies.
All right, it should be loading shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Okay. All right, I believe you can see that. So as you can see here, our KCCI Community Catalyst team launched a three-pronged approach to improve safety and overall health in Leon County through cycling measures. First, in the bottom right corner, you see our traveling bike rack that for the month of May, which was Bicycle Safety Month, traveled to lesser-known bike trails around our community as a way of raising awareness both of KCCI's initiative and of these trails. Additionally, you see a large star at Sable Palm Elementary, where we're proposing an educational bike park to be located on campus. And additionally, we're proposing a destination skills park in the Market District. We believe the park at Sable Palm will help improve the talent pipeline in Leon County. It'll make children more aware of roads safety rules and cycling safety tips. And, help them recognize that cycling is a true transportation and recreation option. Sable Palm is a Title I school, which has on average about 550 students and serves the 32304 zip code, which is the poorest in the state. KCCI has been working with Leon County Schools and the school board to begin creating this educational bike park. It's on the school board agenda for formal approval on July 14th, and we will begin creating it shortly thereafter in mid-July, with plans to have it completed by the time school starts in August. We are also proposing a destination bike park to be placed in the Market District near I-10 and Thomasville Road. This destination bike park would provide safety education while promoting Tallahassee's existing cycling features. It will serve as a destination that links to other cycling amenities and to shopping and dining hubs. To that extent, we believe it would improve the economic vitality in this area and have worked closely with Market District businesses who feel the same. We believe that the area is easily accessible due to its close proximity to I-10 and 319, and because there's a bus transit stop right on site. The location provides connectivity to existing trails and would be a gateway to introducing our citizens to our vast trails network. It'll become a future community space and promote safety and wellness, which was the impetus of our project. So you can see here, the Market District has 2 committed Blueprint Trail projects. Our online survey actually had this open-ended question of where would people like to see a bike park, and resoundingly North Side was the most popular, even though we had respondents again from across 18 of the 20 zip codes. So in concert with our research, we wanted to make sure that we found a location that fell in line with the city's existing master plan, one that provided connectivity to our trails and could be a destination draw for our community. And we believe the Market District fits that bill. The footprint we're recommending is about a 2.5 acres footprint within the currently undeveloped 10 acres of green space in the Market District. We understand, as we heard, that the blueprint has made Market District a priority area, and there's already funding been allocated for a future park space, meaning this proposal will not be taking away resources from other potential projects outside this area. What we are asking is that this bike park concept serve as one of the amenities within the future Market District park space.
We've heard that this would be one part to a whole of an overall master plan effort. Now that we've heard on a macro level where the Market District area would be an ideal location for this bike park, there are a number of design considerations that also make this a prime location for family-friendly safety bike park. For brevity, I will name the two main considerations that impacted our proposed park design size and location on this specific site. Using existing conditions, we located between existing tree lines to retain that natural shade and beauty and already on site. This will create a green space quality for the park that was in line with not only our research at the outset and what we wanted to put forward, but reiterated and reinforced overwhelmingly through online support and one-on-one conversations with community stakeholders again and again and again. Secondly, we wanted to create a family-friendly bike park given this context of so many neighborhoods and schools in this area. We have proposed a bike park that offers a number of amenities and an appropriate size that will allow families to come here and bike here for all different experiences and all different ages to be able to bike here and learn bicycle education. Next slide. Thank you. So here we have a closer look. As for the bike program itself, our concept proposes a multi-level skills course illustrated in the brown track where riders from the most novice level to more advanced could come and progress through these different levels and obstacles while cultivating skills in endurance, agility, balance, while being in a fun, active, educational, community, and family-friendly environment. What is not shown at this scale is how this design will co-locate informational signage throughout the park adjacent to these different obstacles and levels within, wayfinding to teach trail etiquette, among many other tips and tricks and rules of road for cyclists to take with them, not only in this specific setting, but to other bicycle settings from trailheads to urban, you name it. As we know, Tallahassee is not the safest place for cycling, so this educational component that we are specifically proposing as part of our concept will really be key to our cycling community in Tallahassee at large. Additionally, another design feature I want to highlight, just for the sake of brevity, we can always revisit further questions later, is the quarter-mile loop track that we are proposing at the outset of this skills course you see in brown. We are proposing this for two different reasons. One, we are proposing a hard surface loop track that would be amenable and accessible to riders with disabilities who would usually be biking on Thomasville Road in the bike lanes next to 6 lanes of traffic. They could come here off-road, safely bike here in a fun, family-friendly environment, away from traffic, and in a safe setting. Additionally, it is a multi-use path, so it would be amenable and a great community asset to the surrounding neighborhoods and schools in this area where joggers and families with strollers, kids and rollerblades could come and use this wonderful quarter-mile loop track as a community asset for field trips and so much more. And speaking with several community members in the Market District, they really felt passionate about family-friendly features like this. And overall, we have continued to get overwhelming support. With that, I'm going to pass the mic over back to Patrick to wrap things up.
So you see here, we've had many conversations with a number of individuals, Tallahassee citizens, cyclists, and business leaders who have given input and suggestions that have led to the proposals we shared with you today. We do understand that a letter was delivered to nearby residents containing what we believe to be false information and that you have likely received emails or calls opposing a racetrack. As you saw today, our proposed park is a family-friendly, safety-oriented park, the opposite of a racetrack. Through our talks with an organization known as Progressive Bike Ramps, which has installed these all over the country and has been involved in Tom Brown Park with the pump track, they felt a space of this caliber could be created within about 4 months at a cost between $150,000 and $250,000. We've talked with communities such as Smyrna, Georgia, and Broomsville, Colorado, which have incorporated these tracks into their communities. And uniformly, the communities have said that these destination bike parks, the benefits have far outweighed the investment. We hope that you'll agree with us that this amenity would benefit Tallahassee residents, would promote safety and wellness in our community, elevate Leon County's status as a mountain biking destination, and serve as a tourism draw. We thank you for the opportunity to present today, and we would like to open the floor to any questions.
Very good. Thank you for your presentation. I have in the queue right now Commissioner Dozier. Yes, thank you. And then Commissioner DeVos.
You ready, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry, the sound was pretty quiet there. Thank you both for a great presentation. Thank you for the entire KCCI team and Betsy Couch and Mike Pate for your leadership. This is not the first time. This is one of many good projects that have come out of KCCI and one of several that Blueprint has worked on with KCCI. So I appreciate the process, and it seems like every project that we see come from a team is a little unique, I mean, as it should be, but it also, for that reason, takes on kind of a unique life within Blueprint itself. So whether it's the work that's going on in Cascades right now or the Discovery Playground or others, each one has to evolve in a slightly different way. So I also want to acknowledge here that Patrick, you and I have spent some time on the phone a few times, kind of talking through this. So I think you know what I'm about to say here. And I understand that the team has put a tremendous amount of work into this and the outreach and everything. And you want to focus on fundraising for Sable Palm and getting that project off the ground. Since this one, you pointed to Blueprint and the funding and the Market District Park as your opportunity. I think that was a good idea, and I love the Sable Bomb project, so I'd like for you all to be able to do that. On the other hand, or I should just say parallel to that, we have done a tremendous amount of work as the board, supporting and advocating for a different type and more consistent public outreach. And our staff has done a tremendous job implementing that approach to community outreach. So I had a chance to talk to Autumn about this, and Ben, I'm not sure if you or Autumn want to chime in at all. I'm not sure it'll be necessary, but just letting you know. Our next step, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we go into this typical public outreach where we hold meetings and people get to look at the different types of options or tell us what they want to see in the park. Is that right, Ben?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So as it stands now, obviously the bike park would be part of that discussion, and I've confirmed that with our staff, and they'd be looking at the feasibility of any options or any ideas that the public really likes to bring us back an item. What I'd like to suggest is to elevate the bike park just a little bit. Not say today, we're definitely going to do it, because I don't really want to jump over that public involvement piece. I think that is critically important, and I think you all agree. You've done a lot of public outreach. But I'd like to use the word elevate to say this is one that it is unique, so people may need to see the visual. We elevate it so that it has its own easel and poster board at the public meetings, or its own slide in a virtual meeting. And as in doing that, kind of signal that this is a project that we're really interested in. I'm very interested in it, and I want to hear public feedback. Madam Chair, that would be my motion, to continue with the public outreach and to elevate the KCCI project, the bike park, to showcase it as one of the top examples of a project that we think will fit in this area and would benefit the community.
I'll second.
I'll second that.
I would second that.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Mary or Commissioner Lindley, saying Mary and Commissioner, this has been a long day already, right? I was reminded also that the farmers market folks were told kind of the same thing a few years ago when they lost their space for farmers market. And so I think, I'm sure that's going to be part of the discussion, but elevating the farmers market, I think a lot of these different ideas could go together, but I'm going to leave the motion at just the bike park, and thank you all for your hard work. And I'm really excited to see this move forward, both projects move forward.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Rose, who seconded the motion?
Commissioner Lindley seconded it, I think.
But I think you're in queue for comments. You're in queue for comments?
Yes, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Patrick, Susanna, thank you guys for coming out, and thanks for all your work. A lot of a year's worth of your time, and this is a great project. I was in the first Catalyst class when we did get games going, and I'm currently on the KCCI board, and I got to tell you, I'm excited. Sable Palm, you guys have put in place, and it looks like the school board is bringing it in for a landing. I'd like to try and take Commissioner Dozier's kind of motion and just uplift it a little bit and say, let's just put it at the front of the bus. I mean, I understand the public input place, and I'm fine with the motion if that's the way we leave it. But I know, Patrick glossed over this, but it's worth at least repeating. There was a letter that went out this week anonymously that basically painted a picture of a bike race park, which set a lot of people off. And I got phone calls asking, what is this? No phone number, no website. So we're doing a little bit of backpedaling just to let people know really what the plans are and where this is going. But I think if we could ask staff to come back and say, in the vein of public input and in the vein of prioritization, I'd like to say this is on the front of the list because the KCCI team has done a yeoman's job in getting it this far, and we might as well try and take advantage of that. But I want to make sure we do this with everybody on board and being as transparent as possible. So I'm layering on top of your motion, Commissioner Dozier. I'm not really trying to change it. So,
Madam Chair, if I may, I thought you were asking for an amendment, Commissioner Deloge.
I just wanted to be upfront as soon as possible, humanly possible. I think we all could use a little bit of good news, and this is frankly a bright spot. And in Market Square, at least, people are saying we've been talking a lot of game for the last 5 years, and nothing's happened. So this would be a nice thing to prove, and something's going on.
Madam Chair, if I might, just on point really quickly. I think we're saying the same thing, Commissioner Deloge.
Yeah.
Elevating it in the public dialogue, having its own easel, or slide, I thought might bring that signal, but still respecting that process.
Right.
But to your point about the letter and the misinformation, this is a way to get the correct information out there. So I think it helps on both sides. Thank you.
Commissioner
Great, thank you. First off, just thank you to the presenters. Great job. We really value anytime people don't get paid and they do a lot of work to try to bring something cool to Tallahassee. And I think this is a cool project. I was taken aback by the racetrack comments as well, because when I first saw it, I said, that's a place my 5-year-old would love. And he's definitely not a NASCAR driver, if you know what I mean. So supporting this project, piggybacking on Commissioner Deloge's comments, and if it's where the motion's going, I don't think this needs to wait for the whole area redesign to come together, but it does need that public comment and that series to actually be put out there. But I also am in support of if this is the first chunk that we do first, I would support moving that forward after it's gone before the public and there's been the opportunity for them to give valid pushback. But I guess elevated would be, we'll do this first if the public's on board with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reiner.
Madam Chair, thanks you two for your presentation. I really appreciate it. And I like the fact that you're working on 2 bike parks, one in Sable Palm on the south side, and then one, of course, in the Market District on the north. I think both are going to be, I strongly support both. I think they're both great amenities, and I'm looking forward to those moving forward. Yeah, regarding the letter that, in my view, had what appeared to be pretty exaggerated misinformation. I don't know if the author was deliberate, deliberately misleading or was uninformed, but because we got letters and emails opposing it, it actually made it harder for us to get a fair assessment of what public opinion is, because the emails that would come to us opposing this, we didn't know if they had gotten that letter that had misinformation in it or not. So it actually undermines whoever wrote the letter, who by the way, did not sign their name. Whoever wrote the letter undermined the ability of having a public discussion about the true merits of what you're working on. And so I support the motion. I'm going to vote for it. I think moving this forward and elevating it will get it out there to get the truth of what this really brings to the Market District to folks in a way that is really portraying what you all have been working on and what benefits it'll bring to the area. So I support the motion, and I want to congratulate the KCCI team for the work that you're doing today.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioners who would like to speak? If not, we have a motion on the table, and we'll have the roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Deloge,
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor,
Yes.
Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner Dozier,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindley,
Enthusiastic, yes.
Commissioner Maddox,
Yes.
Mayor Daley.
I too am on the board in a voluntary capacity, but fully support the project. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Richardson, Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, unanimous vote. Thank you so much. Mark, Susanna, thank you all for a great presentation. Absolutely, thank you. Okay, we're now to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any items pulled off?
No, ma'am.
Right.
Move consent.
No public comments.
No public comments, and then I think I heard a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Deloge.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, properly moved in second. I'm going to just say, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposers have the same right. The motion carries. Let's move on to our general business. There are 4 agenda items.
One that's already been dispensed of.
That's right, so we
Madam
only
Chair.
have 3. Thank you.
3 to go.
Item 7, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 7 provides you with a status report and consideration for the acquisition of 1309 Alabama Street. Commissioners, Madam Chair, thank you very much. As you may recall, and we do have a brief presentation that staff can give you, and I can turn it over to Christina. But before I do that, and I want to give you the option of wanting that or not, I want to thank Attorney Dawson and TJ Lewis on Christina's team for doing a really great amount of work. Commissioners, you have a thorough agenda item attached to this that gets into all the detail and background on where we've come with this project and where that property is. A series of appraisals have been done and assessments have been done. And really at this point, let me stop talking before I give the presentation. Do you want a presentation on this? We're happy to give it or answer any questions.
Let's go ahead and see the presentation. Is it short? Or
It's not terribly long. It's short.
It's short.
Yeah.
Very good. There were public comments on this item. We hear those now.
Well, they've been distributed for the public comments, just to be clear.
Let's go ahead and see the presentation.
Yes. I'll turn it over to Christina, I believe.
Commissioners, for the last couple of months, TJ Lewis and Susan Dawson have been working very closely on the Alabama Street project. And to begin that update and provide that for you today, I'm going to ask TJ on our team to bring up the presentation and provide you with the update and options for you. TJ, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm looking for the button to share my screen. There we go. All right. Are you all able to see the Alabama title? Okay, perfect. All right, so you may recall at your January 30th, 2020 board meeting, you voted to direct staff to move forward with the professional appraisal, title inspection, and other applicable studies per the blueprint policy and bring back an item for your final consideration regarding the purchase of the property located at 1309 Alabama Street. You also directed staff to conduct research on best practices as well as public engagement opportunities with the neighborhood to best align the reuse of the facility to the long-term economic benefit of the community and to address community needs. We'll briefly talk about the Neighborhood First initiative, the reuse of the parcel, the design works concepts that were developed since your last meeting, and then Susan, our blueprint attorney, will help us with the next steps for property acquisition. So just quickly, with the Neighborhood First initiative, it's a strategic neighborhood-led planning initiative staffed by the city's various departments of the City of Tallahassee, also assisted by the Tallahassee-Leon County Planning Department. We looked at their economic development initiatives, their economic development concerns as pertains to Griffin Heights, and the concern that we were aiming to address as it relates to 1309 Alabama is the desire to improve access to affordable, healthy food options within the neighborhood and the nearby vicinity. So as we look at the economic benefit options for the neighborhood, we have to also mention that history hasn't been the friend of commercial development within the Griffin Heights / Alabama Street corridor. The 2030 comprehensive plan downzoned a number of properties, which was adopted in 1990, by the way. It downzoned a number of properties along Alabama Street that were previously in use as commercial. It downzoned them to residential uses only, which made it almost impossible to develop commercial uses along that roadway. To address this concern, the Tallahassee-Leon County Planning Department has proposed 2 comprehensive plan amendments, a map amendment and a text amendment, which are both aimed to redesignate Alabama Street corridor, portions of it, from residential preservation to neighborhood boundary, which will permit for a new mix of uses with commercial and multifamily projects. Our department, OEV, conducted a Buxton analysis, which you may remember from your previous meeting, which showed that the neighborhood does have the potential to support small and neighborhood scale markets. With that in mind, OEV did meet with Planning Department's Design Works team after the January 30th meeting, and they developed 3 concepts for consideration as we start to envision what the possibilities are for this property. Before you right now, you have the existing property on the left and a concept, we're calling it Concept A on the right, which shows the reuse of the existing structures with an open air concept. It's a flexible space that would allow for 1 or many tenants, and it would also provide for pads, retail pads on the out parcel of the property for mobile food trucks and the like. All right, so with all of that in mind, I'm going to turn it over to Susan, who will give us the next steps.
Great, thank you, TJ, appreciate it. First of all, I'm going to be brief. I just kind of run through. I think all the commissioners are familiar with what we've done. But essentially, under our blueprint policy, we are required to conduct certain reports and do certain assessments before we consider the purchase of real property. We had an appraisal completed on the 1309 Alabama Street property. That appraisal came in at $170,000 for the property. We had a title search done. That title search did reveal some issues regarding ownership and a couple of tax liens and so forth concerning the property. An environmental assessment was completed. It revealed the existence of lead and asbestos on the property, which is not surprising given the age of the property. A structural assessment was completed, and it revealed, problems with the roof, some problems with the load-bearing walls, and all of that is in your materials, including photos. So I won't go into that. So essentially, what we're asking for staff's recommendation is IA board direction on this item.
Does that conclude the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Doyle. You're muted. Sir.
Madam Chair, can we bring the screen down so we can see everybody?
Yes.
TJ, could you drop the screen, sir?
Yes, I'm trying my very best to figure out. There we go. Stop sharing. Sorry about that.
Thanks.
Thanks. TJ, nice presentation. Susan, I'm curious, where are we with the title on the property? And have we made an actual offer and had conversations with the owner?
We have not made an offer on the property. We have not had conversations with the owner directly. The owner is represented by counsel, so I've been speaking with her attorney, who is H.B. Stivers. I have reached out to him to talk about their progression on the probate issues concerning the title. So I'm hoping to speak with him next week. But I was able to confirm last week that his client is interested in selling the property. They do have to work through the probate issues. Some of the title issues may be able to be settled at closing, but the probate issues, they have to resolve that.
Do we have just guesstimate on probate, the timeline it might take?
In early discussions early last month with her attorney, he estimated that it could go through a summary administration with the courts in terms of probate. His estimate was 2 to 3 weeks. That may be a conservative estimate, but that is what he stated.
I mean, I'm a little nervous about going much further and expending much effort till we get the title so we can at least look, I mean, that we got a shot at it. Because we've got all this, you know, they could say somebody who now has an ownership interest doesn't want to sell or wants a price that's twice appraisal. I worry a little bit about spending staff time at this point. When's our next meeting, Ben?
In September, sir.
I mean, listen, I could be supportive of this in the right circumstances, but I just worry that we're getting the cart in front of the horse here a little bit. But I'll yield and listen to other people. But I would, my support would be behind maybe wait until September when we got a clear picture of, you know, title in particular with the probate being done. So, but I'll yield and hear what everybody else has to say.
Mayor, you're next, followed by Dozier and Williams Scott. Mayor.
I put my hand up. Does it matter?
Come on.
You're after Williams Cox. I didn't have your name listed.
You logged on? We'll have to use your computer. Okay.
Madam Chairman, I also put my hand up electronically. See it?
Yes, you're in the queue. You're in the queue.
Thanks.
We're at the mayor.
Gotcha.
Mayor, if you're speaking, you are muted.
Yeah, hey, sorry, I had to switch computers real quick. Yeah, I think this is a great project. I'd like to make a motion for option number 2 and option number 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Options 1 and 2. We'll go back to discussion.
2 and 3.
2 and 3, I'm sorry.
2 and 3.
Yes.
Madam,
Dozier is next.
I can wait for a second. I put my hand down.
Okay. Commissioner Williams Cox.
Okay, I did second that motion, but the mayor said what I wanted to say. I think we need to continue to pursue. I feel very strongly about this. We do not want to give the impression to the community that we are not listening or concerned about having that building of ill repair, that property of ill repair. I think that if we let up now, someone else can come in and take advantage of the work that we've already done. And I think that we need to continue to pursue this. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. And while I don't mind hearing myself talk, I don't like to hear it in an echo. But thank you. I understand that the Griffin Heights community has put this in their neighborhood first plan. It is at the top of the list. And I think that we need to, this can be a good project, not only a good feeling project at the cost, it could be a good economic driver project for the community of Griffin Heights. I feel that we need to continue to pursue. There's an interest, as the attorney just said, there's an interest to sell. And I think that we should benefit from the work, the legwork that we've already done. I've spoken to some folks who know this family in the community, and I think that we can find people there who will be willing to help us bring this thing to a quick landing. So I think that we need to pursue.
Thank you. Commissioner Lindley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I kind of disagree with the potential. I love the idea, and obviously the neighborhood support of getting a grocery store or more commerce is important. So I had a couple of, but I can't imagine a piece of real estate with more problems. So, there's a lot to it. We don't honestly know who owns it. We don't know the cost, the vast amount of money that would be involved in making this, beautiful idea come true. So a couple of things. I'm wondering if there aren't other properties in the area that might be as better suited. I don't know if there's been any kind of evaluation of that. If we're gonna go in on the idea of trying to get a market area and more commerce, I would like to see us seek out other opportunities that would be right in the Griffin Heights neighborhood, but maybe not as problematic. Because I think this, just the title search alone is, I think it's more monumental. It's not anything against the idea, but why this one and only piece of property? The other thing, it seems to me, I don't know if it's separate, and maybe you can tell me, Susan or Ben, it sounds like we need to go forward with the map and text amendments to change the potential of the area. And that's not necessarily tied to this particular piece of property. It's two very separate things. And I'm all for that. It sounds like it's really unfortunate that it was, for whatever reason, in 1990, turned into just basically said no more commerce in this area. But for whatever reason. So can we go ahead with just that, the map and text amendments? Or is that already in the pipeline? I'm actually not sure. So I'd like to see that done, but I don't know if I can support this particular piece of real estate. Certainly not today. Maybe as Commissioner Deloge said, if we can get some things cleared up, might be. I don't think it looks viable now. I think it looks like a mess. From
Madam Chair, on point.
So I don't know what's the point, but yeah, it's fine. That's fine.
Well, Madam Chair, on point.
Go ahead.
I want to speak to Commissioner Lindley's concern. This is not an unusual kind of thing in our community, Mary Ann.
I live in a house that was an absolute catastrophe. I think that's why I'm empathizing with the idea of what it takes.
If I can finish my point.
Go ahead.
It is not an unusual situation in our communities, but I understand your concern. I still say that it is a worthy project and a worthy cause. Just because something gets hard or gets a little more difficult than we like doesn't mean that we should not pursue it.
I think you're missing
Commissioner Lindley, if I could finish.
Well, I think you're misrepresenting what I said. The cause is great. I'm saying the real estate is a massive problem. And it's not because it's hard. We do things that are hard. And I think you're misinterpreting what I said and getting, overwrought about the cause. I'm for that.
If I could ask all of us as commissioners, if we would let whomever's speaking finish, and then we can respond to whatever is said, that will help us stay in order, and everyone can be heard. So, Commissioner Williams-Cox, have you finished your comments?
I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not trying to misrepresent. All I'm trying to do is to provide further discussion, and if there are concerns about the state of the real estate right now, that's why you do title searches, and that's why you find the heirs. I'm just saying that from experience, because I dealt with my dad's estate. It's typical. This is not an unusual thing. It might be a little not clean as we want it to be, but it is not unusual.
Commissioner Lindley, did you want to respond on point to that, or I'll go to the next person?
I understand that perfectly well. I live in a very, very old area of town with a lot of, I understand that thoroughly. I just said I think it would be worthwhile to look around to see if there aren't properties that would serve the same purpose, but might not be so problematic. We don't know how much effort or time it would take to ever even clear the title. From our briefing, it sounded like there's a lot going on that, doesn't make this, it doesn't even rise to the level of difficult. It rises to the level of terribly difficult and expensive. So I just don't want us to get swept away with the idea. It's a beautiful cause, but maybe there's another way to get there.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson, you're next in queue.
You, Madam Chairwoman. I agree with Commissioner Lindley, not that it's not a worthy cause. As a matter of fact, I had the first conversation with Riley Landers about this property and the potential for trying to do something with it in the Griffin Heights community. And I've attended several community meetings where they had discussions about it. So I'm certainly on board with making something happen, but in light of what I heard during the brief, and I know how title searches are. I had to go through the same thing. I was the executor of my mother's estate and had to go through the same thing with that. It can be costly, it can be timely. So I'm not saying that it's something that we might not want to pursue, but if there are other options, we should look at those as well. This building is in very bad shape. There are structural issues that, as old as the building is, we don't know if those structural issues can be addressed. There are problems with the roof. The entire roof may need to be replaced. So you start to get into a situation where it's diminishing returns. I mean, would it be, if we bought the building for say 170,000 and then we got to put 200,000 into it to repair it? Well, is that worth it? Should we try to repair the building or raise it and build a new building? So all of those issues, I think, come into effect. As much as we can move forward, we should, but I don't know how we can move forward if there are title issues at this point. There's no clear ownership. If they can get all of that worked out, then yeah, I would agree that we should pursue it. But I think that option number 3 was to look at the potential of private sector investment. I think that ought to be the first point that we go to once all these other issues are worked out, to see if we can get a private sector investor that might be interested in the property. If not, then we continue to pursue it. But I don't know how we can continue what we can pursue unless and until these title issues are worked out. I think it certainly is a worthy cause. If we can't get this property, if because of the title issues we can't get this property, then certainly we might want to consider something else in the area so that we can continue to move forward and serve the residents of Griffin Heights. But we can't get stuck on just this property when there are just lots of problems with this property, even beyond the title issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go with Matco, Proctor, and then back to Dozier for the second part. Commissioner Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would say to one of the earlier points, there are other properties in the neighborhood, but I don't live in this neighborhood, and people who do live in this neighborhood would like to see this property be redeveloped. They'd like to see this property be brought up, and I think we should respect the people in the areas because they know better than we do what's good for their neighborhood, right? And when we look at some of the challenges with this property, one of the hardest things about bringing affordable housing to areas is the private sector largely doesn't want to deal with probate issues and have things that drag out. They want to go. So we're in a unique opportunity that it seems like if there's issues with this property, it's not likely to find a private sector person who wants to go in there and do it. So if we really want to bring up this road and bring up this neighborhood, it's kind of, if not us, who? I'm not sure this will happen unless we step on the gas and really put it forward to do it. I recognize that there's issues with probate. Those can be worked out. It happens. It's a lot more work, but I think we have the staff to do it. I recognize some of the environmental concerns, but at the end of the day, old buildings, lead, asbestos, those things get renovated all the time. And when we talk about the economic impact that this can have on a neighborhood and really just jumpstart a commercial corridor, I think we can't discount how valuable this is. Like 2 Griffin Heights, this project is more valuable than a convention center. This project could change that entire corridor and put pride in a neighborhood in a spot where pride may have been dissolved just from years and years and years. So I'm 100% for, let's dig into the title problem. Let's see what we can find. Let's bring it back. Let's get a price. And, let's not let economic development only be, as Commissioner Proctor says, to the bigs, right? Let's let our neighborhoods take some guidance. Let's let our neighborhoods also be involved in the blueprint process and the economic development process. And, let's share the wealth. Everybody deserves their tax dollars. People pay tax dollars in Griffin Heights. People pay tax dollars in every neighborhood. This is a tax that touches, this isn't a property owner's tax. Everybody pays sales tax, and everybody should have a project that they can get behind. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Proctor, and then Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask our legal counsel, is there such a thing as a declaratory judgment or suit to quiet title when title issues exist? Are those kind of tools available to us in a title issue?
To my understanding, that would be the responsibility of the property owner. Ms. Bennett is part owner of the property. She does need to take this through probate to deal with the heirs from her that may own part of the property from her deceased husband.
Approximately how old is Mrs. Bennett?
I don't know, sir.
Do you have an approximate? Is she a teenager or any kind of approximation?
No. She may be a senior citizen. I just don't know her exactly.
Mr. Lewis, you know how old Miss Bennett is? Mr. Lewis, you have any idea she's like 60, 65, 70?
I've not met her. I don't know. No, sir.
2 African-American grown folk don't know the age of this lady? Y'all amaze me. I would think that Miss Bennett is close to 80 years old. And I would doubt that she has the kind of energy to be aggressive and possibly doing her part. I would be willing to lend my name and assistance to her. I don't want to get a conflict of interest, but I think communicating and understanding the position that she might be in, including physical weakness, understanding, legal non-clarity, and all of that. This is a legacy piece of property. It ain't any old piece of property. It's a hope for turnaround. There's an expectation on this property. There's feelings connected to this property. And with respect to cost, I heard 2 issues today that we pretty much said that, if we accommodate Buckhead and the homeowners of Buckhead, that this could get a little pricey, and then we understand it could be a little cost overrun. And we show great deference to a little cost overrunning, and it's going to swell up. The number might even by 6 digits. We said that the fairground, it could require a little more than what we were saying. And I heard Mr. Pingree said that, yes, it would likely cost a little bit more, but we're willing to bring back and do that. But today, I'm not sure what every problem and every issue we've dealt with has the possibility of cost overrun. I mean, I thought that was a norm, so that we are not tolerant to cost overrun with an old black lady, I don't get it. We're sensitive to every other issue. I wish y'all knew how old people were. That'll tell you a hell of a lot right there on what you're dealing with, Mr. Lewis.
She is 78 years old.
Thank you. I said I thought she was around 80. I know a little something about her.
Representing her.
Who?
And has an attorney representing her.
Is this problem insurmountable? Can this be overcome? I know that there's human decay in the area. And the question is, in the middle of the 32304 zip code, the poorest zip code in the state of Florida, I read where the county commission last week held all kinds of summits to grapple with the issue. Now, we can be a game changer in this area. We can be a hope builder in this area. Guess the big question, can any good thing come out of Alabama Street? I don't know, but we got a chance to try one project at a time. And we are indeed, I don't even know what the price, I saw something was valued at 170. Don't even know how much money we're talking about. But this right here is like pennies on the dollar for an area that truly needs a little help. And it goes beyond dollar and cents when you're looking at the negative levels of humanity, of which this little project could be a jump start in building 32304 to a different norm line. Griffin School is up there. Little children pass by a place where, well, you know the area. They go down to Riley School. Little children walk by it. And little children, when you walking by a building every day that just broke down and raggedy, and you're supposed to be going to the schoolhouse for something, but you come home through the same environment, it creates a burden to imagine yourself as a top flight person, top shelf person, when decay and decadence exist in a physical form, as well as in a humanity of the people. This is why I don't see this totally in the eye of the value and this and that. We got a responsibility in 32304 to try and bring the area up and the people up, and to give the little children there a different view inside their own neighborhoods. It's an opportunity, but if we're willing to quit on this issue, but find $53 million on other issues, then really, at the end of the day, who does God see us as? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Dozier, followed by Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and only because you said it earlier, this is my first time talking. I got out of queue earlier. Just wanted to check something, and I'm glad I did. I appreciate the conversation. You all have covered a lot of territory. And first, I want to say for Commissioner Richardson, Commissioner Lindley, I really think you made some great points, and I would like to make a motion for option 3, which is to seek out private sector investors now that we have the comp plan and other things.
I'd second that.
Second that.
Discussion, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Proctor, you just got a long time and I'm not done yet. Thank you, sir.
I just said I want to be in line for discussion on the new motion.
That is a substitute motion with second. We're ready for discussion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, was that a substitute motion?
Yes.
This is a substitute motion, and I was making the motion up front, so I still have a few comments, Madam Chair.
Sure, but let me make sure everyone understands. This is a substitute motion. It was second, and now we're ready for any discussion, and we'll come back to Commissioner Dozier.
Okay, that's what for the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Substitute motion. Thank you.
Back to, go ahead, Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure why we, have so much trouble in these conversations distinguishing between incredible goals and needs in our community that I've never heard anybody on the board say they don't support. And then the question of how to get it done and whether or not we're in the right posture. This happened in March, and I think it's happening again today, that to push back on the outright sale, just purchasing this property and moving full force into renovations is a lack of support for the neighborhood or a lack of acknowledgement for the real needs in the neighborhood. I actually think I agree with all of the reasons why something needs to be done. And I want to honor the city commission, the county commission, what we have done jointly, and the comp plan amendment is a key part of that, to try to move the ball forward and try to rectify some of the mistakes we've made in the past decades, in the past few years, whenever that might be. So, Commissioner Williams-Cox, you said a little while ago that someone else could take advantage of the work we've already done. I want to reframe that a little bit and say, good, thank goodness. If we can be in a position to spend a few months and staff time and working with the owners and trying to resolve a very complicated situation with a building that's been vacant for a long time, is a safety hazard, is a public safety hazard as well for the community, and should be revitalized, then if we can do that work and try to get it in a position both with the land use, with the comp plan, and with the title and the deep dive and the design works concepts, so that it makes it attractive to a private sector investor, then I'm going to celebrate that. I'm going to say we have made progress, and we can put some of our money towards helping do that again in, for other buildings if we want. That'll be a discussion for later. There are title issues, like many of you have talked about. There are other issues to be resolved. At my briefing on Monday morning, we weren't sure if the owners wanted to sell. So that information came to us this week. I don't see any harm in letting this play out for a little while and seeing if some of the efforts we've made in recent months, which are substantial and have not been done before in recent memory, help attract a private sector investor. We can always come back to this question later, but we save a little money by doing this right now. And this is really the key point for me. OEV is not in the business of owning property. I don't know what we do with it next. There's a lot of good ideas out there. But if we purchase for 170 or more and we renovate, and Commissioner Matlow, you're right, lots of buildings with asbestos and lead paint are renovated, but it is a struggle. And it may be that the building just needs to be scraped and a new one come in. We don't know where that cost is yet. We may never recoup the cost. Commissioner Richardson, I think you made a great point about that. Diminishing returns is how you framed it. That was really good. So I think our work has helped. We have done a good bit to reposition this property, and I would like to see if it can attract some private sector investment, because that is the more sustainable option for the community, and it's the more sustainable option for OEV and Blueprint, because once again, we hardly have any money left if we make all these decisions, and we need to lift as many boats as possible. The very last thing I want to put out there, that I think that is how we should frame it, but I don't want us to forget that, and I think a commercial property, all of the, everything everyone has said about the need for the commercial property and a residential commercial, kind of that combination, the neighborhood category and the comp plan now, is good. but we did also create a land trust jointly. And I think that's really important for us to remember if there are other locations like this in Griffin or other neighborhoods. Could the city and county commissions look to buying that property and putting it into a land trust for affordable housing? So again, I'm not suggesting that necessarily for this property. It could be an option in the future, but we've done a lot of work. We need to see what the private sector responds to that so that we can help other people in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. On point for the substitute motion.
Ma'am.
I was in the queue, Madam Chair.
On the substitute motion, Commissioners, I know that our backgrounds render our hearing semantically different things, and that's kind of the cost of being brought up in the South and observing the last 50 years. Option 3, when I read it, option 3, I don't even know why it's on the page, because clearly when you look at option 3 to this community, option 2 is directs to help and do what we were initially open to. But Mr. Lewis, I can tell you, I don't know if you wrote this, but option 3 is a dog whistle for white gentrification. And when you put words that say direct staff to engage the private sector, who is the private sector anyway? I always wonder who the private sector, but the private sector is always some white money that comes into difficult areas and buy it on the low, buy it on the cheap. And they'll catch a 78-year-old lady in need of some money for something or can't get out of the little slight jam that she's in, and you offer her pennies on the dollar, and somebody who would go and help in the private sector is going to definitely dissect this property from this lady. So, you know, that's just the experience of gentrification, and option 3 is a dog whistle for gentrification to occur along the corridor. And I don't think that we should direct our staff to engage in what they're calling a private sector, all of this right here on number 3, because all it is our staff facilitating what Commissioner Dozier calls stabilizing, and stabilizing always means some white people's money come to an area to stabilize it. And of course, you know, it does. You know, sometimes it works, but this is not,
don't put words in my mouth, sir.
Be quiet, I'm talking, Commissioner. So this is not what I'm saying right now, that it won't work, that we bring private investors, but to the sensitivities of people there, when we direct our staff to go and get some private investors to come and redo Alabama Street, what this community is going to hear from us today is that we have dog whistled, and we're inviting and we're putting our staffs involved to go and get investors. And those are usually not people who are, those are usually people who are white. So that's how I see it. I won't support our staff going out to facilitate gentrification targeted to Alabama Street. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will put words in your mouth, Dozier. That's what you say here.
Let's go to Commissioner Minor. I'm sorry, I did skip over you. Are you speaking on the substitute motion, sir?
Yes, I am. I've been in the speaker's queue for a while. First of all, I think let's all take a step back. I think everyone here is deserving of respect, and we can all have a position that we might disagree with each other on, but it doesn't mean that they support gentrification or that they support some nefarious end to what the agenda item is. We will disagree from time to time. Let's respect each other's differences. We're at a very diverse board here, which is a plus. Let's understand that we've got different ways of looking at these issues, and just because they're different doesn't mean that the other person is somehow nefarious or evil in their approach. Second thing, I think we need to clarify what on point means. I think with this meeting, it's evolved to the point where it means I want to speak really badly and I want to cut in front of everybody else who's in line to speak. So let's think about what that definition is and let's adhere to it. Now, finally, about the motion.
Commissioner Meyer, give everybody a definition of what on point is, sir.
Oh, I think the chair and our attorney should come up with what that definition is. I'm not going to step into that pool. Now, about the motion on the table.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
About the motion on the table. I could support option 2, but not yet. I think government should always be looking for ways where it can leverage the private sector, recognizing that our funds are limited. And so there are cases when we need to step in and invest in our community. You know, I proudly voted to move Bragg Stadium forward. I voted to move the fairgrounds forward. It's unlikely that the private sector would step in and help out with funding those 2 items. On this one, though, we have a chance. We should look at the idea of Alabama Street with the transition to new zoning being something that the private sector might be willing to invest in. If so, we can save the $170,000. We can save the $100,000 or $200,000 it might take to remediate it to the point where it could be occupied again. If we are able to save those hundreds of thousands of dollars, we can then use those funds in one of the 20 plus other neighborhoods that also are like Griffin Heights that also need our help. So it's not about do we do this or let it fester. It's about how can we leverage what the private sector might be willing to do if we rezone it once the title's worked out, so that we can use those resources in other ways that need our help just as badly as Griffin Heights. If we go forward with option 3 and it still doesn't work out, I want to really think hard about option 2, because we can't let 1309 Alabama Street stay in its current condition. We've got to address it. The neighborhood deserves better, and we have a role to play. I think we need to go to option 3 first, explore that. It's the responsible thing to do with taxpayer dollars that do not belong to us. And then explore option 2 if option 3 does not pan out and lead to something that the private sector is willing to address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Williams-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna say again, I've heard what everyone had to say. I think you need to also remember that where this building sits is in an opportunity zone. So when you say private developers, you have an idea of what that means. Opportunity zone and people with money. That is not what this community has asked us for. This community deserves to get help, not a handout, but a hand up. We are talking about a 78-year-old lady who is not going to be able to bring this property up to code, up to par, up to whatever. I know she's being represented by an attorney, but the attorney is going to operate according to her instructions. I just think that we have a great opportunity here, again, to send a great message to a great group of people who've been working as a community to upgrade their community. They've tried to get their community included in the CRA. They were told no. So here we are. A few months ago, we said we were moving forward. We got new information, but now we're ready to vacate because we don't see a clear path to a title. Well, how much is an African-American community worth? How much are the lives of those people who live there? How much is it worth? You know what happens in dilapidated buildings. Crime happens in dilapidated buildings. And if we're sitting here with an opportunity to just go another step, one more step. It's a step at a time process. Are we saying now because we don't have clear title information that we are ready to back away from this project and let somebody, whosoever will, come and with money to buy it for a little bit of nothing and put whatever it is that they want that it may not even fit in this community? may not even be what people want. We don't do that in other communities. We do not do that in other communities. And we should not do it in this community. I will say that I'm agreeing with Commissioner Minor. Yes, we're going to be respectful, but I see it from a different point of view, and your point of view is based on your experience. If you didn't come from an impoverished neighborhood, or you didn't come from a place where people were always scratching and clawing trying to make it out, you don't understand what this means to this community. 32304, we hear it all the time. The census tract where poverty is concentrated. We have got to do something in Tallahassee to say that it is more than just a mural that we painted. It's a movement. It's a vibe. It's what Tallahassee is about. But if we keep trying to find ways to get to know when it comes to these issues, then I think that what we're going to find is that we will have failed a whole group of people, a next generation of people. They have no grocery store in this community. That was our discussion last time about the grocery store. So because we can't get to a direct title, they don't deserve a grocery store that they can walk to. Let's not forget what we talked about. Commissioner Minor, we sat next to each other at the last meeting, and you did the calculations. People gave other things that could happen in that building. But if we don't keep moving forward, criminal activity is going to take it for nothing. Nothing. So I'm just pleading to the humaneness of this board to consider what we could do in this moment and in this time that could send a great message to a community of great people that yes, we see your struggle and yes, we care, because the world's eyes are upon 32304. The world's eyes are upon 32304. Are we going to get in there and make it better? Or are we just going to let it sit and suffer? So I am not supportive of the substitute motion. I'll just say that up front, because I believe that we need to go forward with option number 2 and keep moving on this path to secure this facility to make it a great place for that community.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. I think I have Commissioner Dozier and Richardson back in the queue. Commissioner Dozier.
Madam Chairman, I've had my hand up about 10 minutes on the electronic. Do you guys pay not attention to that now?
If I may. Commissioners, we are paying attention to it, and I know that this is frustrating. What's happening is sometimes if we're not dropping the hand, it's hard to keep track in real time. Or even if you take it off for a minute and then you put it right back on to track everybody. So just if everybody could work with us, and thank you. Drop your hand when you don't need it electronically. I'm not saying that you're not. I'm sure you have. But thank you for understanding. It's hard to track all the faces, but we're on the case.
And let me say that as your chair, that we will never not recognize who we think is next in queue. So I'm not in any way targeting the fact that you've been in queue, you said for 10 minutes, and I'm ignoring you. That is not the case. Right now, Commissioner Dozier, that's why I try and give 2 or 3 names so that you can see that these are the people that I'm being advised are next in queue. So right now it's Commissioner Dozier, Richardson, and Lindley. Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be happy to defer to Commissioner Lindley if she was in there before me. Okay, well, she clicked off my screen, so I'm not sure if she chimed back in there. Commissioner Minor, I want to start with you and say thank you. These meetings can get tense. It is difficult to do this virtually. I can't even see the full board on my screen, which is odd, versus sitting in a room together. And I am really troubled and disappointed by the tone that some of my colleagues who I truly appreciate and know me better than the way they describe my comments choose to use this space and use their time. And Commissioner Minor, I appreciate you raising that and talking about it, because we can agree in a respectful manner. We are the village square town, and this is not good for any of us. Beyond that, Madam Chair, I absolutely understand, even if I haven't experienced living in a neighborhood like Griffin Heights myself, I pay attention and I talk to a lot of people and I read as much as I can and I listen as much as I can. I know the challenges and the devastating impacts of gentrification historically, this community and everywhere. This is exactly opposite. If the only way to prevent gentrification is to have government own every building, I don't know why we have a small business program. I don't know why we try to support entrepreneurs or have a CRA program with facade improvements or any of that. We are celebrating and trying to lift up our minority and women-owned businesses. We have done incredible work in the last few years, and yet we're only scratching the surface. We need to do so much more. If government was the answer to owning every piece of property, I'm going to ask where our budget is. We don't have property taxes. This is not what we do. We help as a catalyst for economic development. And because we've been involved in this, because it's on our radar, we've done the work with Design Works, we've done the title work, everything else. And if we are the conduit to go out to the private sector, which I believe means far more than white businesses or people with money, and not all, I'm just gonna leave that there. We can ensure that we're working with Capital City Chamber, Big Bend Minority Chamber. We're reaching out to all kinds of people who understand this neighborhood and could be value added. And as others have said, if this doesn't work, well, we come back to the table and we talk about it again. If the argument is that the only way that we can solve issues of public safety and economic development in neighborhoods, issues that have been created for generations, and this is one store, one property among, I'm going to bet, lots and lots and lots of properties that are in this condition and need some help. If our only solution to that is we buy it, we invest and remodel it, and then we hold it or lease it to somebody, then we need to scrap our entire strategic plan and everything else and come back to the table, because that's a whole different way of doing economic development. If we can ready a property and help it get to the conditions where somebody is interested in it versus just driving by and not giving it a second look other than, my God, I wouldn't want to live here, then we have done something good. And let's let that play out for a little bit. It's only been a few months. The last thing I want to say is I absolutely raised questions, many of us did, in March. And yet I was still willing and wanting to see the next step in this. To say that the decision in March to come back with another agenda item and do this due diligence was a commitment to purchase the building is not accurate. That is not the discussion that happened in March. There was a lot of us, it may have been in a more minority, but there was a lot of us who had questions. You've heard them again today. And yet we wanted to learn more, and we're okay with that. And I'm willing to have this come back to us in the future. We've spent money on it. This is an evolving process and it's moved rather fast. So again, Madam Chair, I wasn't planning to chime back in, but the issues in 32304 are severe, need our attention, have been there for far too long. But we can't purchase every old building and make these communities whole by the government owning those buildings. We have to find a different way, and I think we're on the verge of doing that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one thing that I would bring to you all's attention, we had a somewhat similar situation with what was Harvey's at the time. And they left that space, and Piggly Wiggly wanted to come in. The government didn't go in and buy that space and operate a grocery store. But what we did do, we put money into renovating that space and making it such that Piggly Wiggly wanted to come in. Piggly Wiggly partially owned by an African American, wanted to come in and establish a grocery store to serve the community. That's what I envision here. And from what I understand, there is some interest. Roy Moore has expressed some interest in this property. But the way I look at it, if they can't get the title issues resolved, no one can buy the property. Nobody. And trying to resolve title issues, it doesn't happen overnight. And nobody's taking advantage of a 78-year-old woman. That's almost insulting, because nobody knows her or her capacity or capabilities. And she has an attorney representing her. She was smart enough to get an attorney to represent her. She didn't try to handle this herself. There may be others who are part of the family who have claims to this property as well. She's not the only one. We don't know who the other property owners are. And so what I'm suggesting is that we maybe look at some other and the building is in such disrepair. It just, and I can't believe that the community, if we said this property is in such disrepair that it's not economically feasible to put a market, a grocery store, whatever you want to call it, in this location, we need to consider somewhere else in the neighborhood or that's within walking distance that you all can access. I believe they would consider that. And so that's where I am with the whole issue. If we waited until this title is cleared, what I'm saying is we don't know how long that could be. We have no clue as to how long that could be. And so, and we can't do any moving forward until that's cleared up. What can we do? We're not going to go in and start making repairs to a building that we don't own. There's not even clear title to the building. So we can't move forward until these title issues are cleared up. And then once the title issues are cleared up, again, we don't know how long that will be, then we have to determine if the building is in such disrepair that we don't want to invest the money in trying to repair it, that we'd rather just raise it and maybe rebuild another building on that site. So we have to, what we really need to do, instead of making decisions for the community, is go back and meet with the community, the homeowners association or the neighborhood association, and explain to them where we are at this point, and let them see what the options may be for addressing the issue of providing a grocery store or a market, farmer's market in that area. I don't think they're wedded to this building. especially if they knew what the challenges are associated with this building. And then lastly, as I think as Commissioner Dozier mentioned, even if we purchase the building and make the renovations, is then Blueprint supposed to be the long-term? Who runs the building then? Or the store or the market? Who runs it? So, you know, these are all the issues that we've got to think through and work through as we move forward. I have no problems with moving forward, but I don't know how we move forward at this point when there is no clear title. I just don't see it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if on point, and I'm going to give a definition of on point because I want to make sure we understand. On point means relevant and appropriate to what is happening or being discussed. And I'd like to speak to what Commissioner Richardson just said, if I may.
Hold on 1 second. We had asked our attorney to actually look at the definition, and she would like to speak. We will give deference to her.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Cox is absolutely right. That's the standard definition, relevant and appropriate to what is happening or being discussed. Under Robert's rules, the word on point is not specifically used. The word used in Robert's rules is germane. For example, in Robert's rules it states, in debate, a member's remarks must be germane to the question before the assembly. That is, his or her statements must have bearing on whether the immediately pending motion should be adopted.
Okay. All right, back to you, Mr. Williams-Cox. Are you speaking germane to this issue?
Always, because that's a matter of my opinion. Commissioner Richardson mentioned Harvey's and what happened there. Let me just say I attended the meeting called by Commissioner Parker when the owners of Winn-Dixie decided to close Harvey's. They held that lease until they were ready to let it go. And so that night, Mr. Roy Moore was there ready to acquire that business, but they would not allow him to do so until their lease ran out and they were ready to do it. So of course, by that time, he was really ready. I'm sorry, I'm still getting feedback. He was really ready to move in at that time. Okay, so that is not necessarily the case here. But another example is, and this building was in the CRA, the building that was in the bond community, that we agreed the community wanted that, the activity that was going on around that building, they wanted it to go away. And so the owners agreed to come to terms with us to do that. And the community is going to use that building for what they believe it can be used for. Now, I just wanted to show some deference there when we're talking about what was done in one place and what was done in another place. So, and I don't mean to be insulting. I was raised by my grandmother, so to say that someone is 78 years old, I'm coming from some experience of having to do that with a senior citizen. So I'm not being disrespectful. I am just saying, and again, everything I come to you all with is from my experience. That's all I can speak to. That's all I can speak to. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to provide input and trying to make my case. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Lindley.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we'll have to disagree on or agree to disagree on what on point means, because it sounds like it's just whatever I think is important at the moment. But nevertheless, respectfully, that was very interesting history lesson. Commissioner Richardson, I think you're right that the neighborhood is probably committed to having a grocery store and having commercial properties in the area and improvements, because one person has come up with a property that she would like to sell. I don't know that necessarily means that the Blueprint OEV, our board is in the business of having to respond to an offer for sale of a building that is problematic. We know from title on up and down, from the title to its roof to its foundation. And then the very good question, we have to have community buy-in. We have to have a greater idea of this, because who is going to run this? I mean, even if somehow we got through all of the title problems, all of the construction problems, and this turned out to be the one and only building in Griffin Heights that could serve this purpose, we can't even get to who would be operating, who would be coming in with the grocery store, who would be operating it. I mean, these are all questions that it's not just, it's lovely to think about what would be nice, but right now we're just being asked by one person to buy her property. I heard it was originally $250,000 was the asking. Now the appraisal says no, not that much. So she would benefit, one resident or property owner of Griffin Heights would benefit, but I don't see how the whole community would benefit at all at this point. You've got to have more buy-in. You've got to have someone stepping up with ideas about the grocery store, about running it. And we're a long way from that. We're just a long way from that, even though I think all of our hearts are in the place of, yes, we want to help that neighborhood. But as Commissioner Dozier said, our job here on this board is to be a catalyst to help provide the underpinnings, maybe in this case, even the legal assistance, which we're already doing to some extent, it sounds like, to get this property or some other property ready for this goal. The goal is great. The goal is needed. I just don't know if it's necessarily this one person, this one property owner, she makes us an offer, that's our only choice. I don't think so. I mean, I think actually if you got back into the neighborhood and talked to people, you might find other people who have property better than this, more suitable, without the complications. So I just can't see us barging ahead on it. You know, the idea is it's a great idea. There are probably lots of other neighborhoods throughout, not just the south side, but throughout Leon County. We know there are areas throughout the county that would benefit greatly by our going in and rehabbing facility, buildings, homes, but we can't do that. I just feel we have to slow this down, and, you know, maybe we need to get back into the neighborhood more and hear from them. I don't think that we have heard directly from them. And Commissioner Proctor, you have got to stop this race baiting stuff with every single time you're not getting things going in your direction. I resent it. I don't think you're even sincere about it. I think it's just words, and it's not helping anything. We are better than that. You are better than that. And I am profoundly disappointed that you choose this forum to express those thoughts, which I know they're not even provable in any way, shape, or form on this board. If anybody has an on point to that, I'd love to hear it.
Commissioner Maddox, you're next in queue.
Dang, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. First things first, I just want to understand here, the original motion was for option number 2, correct?
No, the original motion, if I understand it, was 2.
Original motion, Madam Chair, was option numbers 2 and 3 together. The substitute is option number 3 alone.
All right, so as I understand it, that means that we are not even approving us, it's just approving us moving forward with the negotiations, it's not approving the purchase, correct?
The first motion, yes.
Yes, all right, so if I'm listening to the conversation from the outside looking in, it's almost like we're making a decision to purchase this thing today. And that's not the case. We're only giving staff the ability to negotiate. I mean, I understand, I see the passion behind everyone's respective statements. I'm willing to move forward and just have one more step towards having the negotiations to come back to us. Again, I understand everybody's passionate about it and how they feel, but you know, if we can take one more step, why not? And we're not in a position right now where we're saying where it's do or die, yes or no. If we vote on this today, we're going to definitely spend the money. Let's go ahead and go on with the process and see what happens and move in that direction. Another question I had for you, Ben, is if we go through this negotiation process, doesn't necessarily allocate money directly to the project. It simply just gives you the ability to come back to us, correct? It doesn't allocate money, right?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, and to be helpful, under any of the options that have been discussed thus far, it would involve coming back with substantial analysis, and financial or otherwise.
Right. The other thing I wanted us to focus on here, because there's a lot of talk about just what this would do in the private sector and all that kind of stuff, but this is for the Neighborhood First Initiative. Could someone in the room from staff explain to everyone what the Neighborhood First Initiative actually is?
Sure, and I know that, Madam Chair. Yes, and I know that TJ, I'm sure, can elaborate, and many of the city commissioners are aware that it's a city-based initiative working through cities' PRNA, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Affairs, working with individual neighborhoods, in this case, Griffin Heights neighborhood, on ongoing historical challenges and opportunities. A lot of work that's been done, studies that have been performed, et cetera. Commissioners, I'm sure I'm not doing it full justice, but it is a component that remains ongoing into this process. You may recall that it also led to some of the comp plan changes that were put forward during the current 2020 cycle.
Thank you. I think, Ben, that gets to the point. I think oftentimes we got to remember, a lot of times when we make decisions as policymakers, we sometimes look at it in return on investment, but a lot of time we look on return on vision. What exactly are we trying? What change are we trying to make within a neighborhood, or how are we trying to affect the respective neighborhood or community with which we are making a decision for? If this is going to do anything to help to help the Bond neighborhood, to move them in a direction that helps us move closer to
Griffin Heights.
I'm sorry, Griffin Heights. I'm sorry. It moves us closer to the return on vision statement that we like to make as policymakers. I don't see why we don't take the next step. So I can't support the substitute motion. I will be supporting the original motion with the thought that regardless of all of the challenges that are there, this is another opportunity for us to see how we can get from point A to point B in affecting the return on vision that we talk about, that we have for our community, specifically in the Griffin Heights community, that we all know is in much need of a return on vision. So those are my comments, Madam Chair, and I look forward to the vote.
Madam Chair, on point.
Who is it?
Commissioner Richardson. Just a question. If we're going to move forward with negotiations, how do we negotiate when there is no clear title on the property? Who do we negotiate with? Can somebody answer that for me?
I'll be happy to.
The attorney.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, you said somebody, so I'm.
Well, meaning staff.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner. I think what we do is we just take this step by step, really. I do an appointment meeting scheduled next week with Ms. Bennett's attorney to discuss what their progress is as to the probate issues. And so, I'm looking forward to that discussion to see if they've started, where they're at, what they're anticipating to be the hurdles or no hurdles at all. And so I think we'll be happy to report that back to the board, whether that's through, an email distributed through city and county administrator, city manager. But I think at this stage, we're just seeing where they are, listening to them, and deciding, what the next steps are given the direction that we receive from you.
That answer your question, Mr. Richardson?
Okay. So if the decision then today is to move forward, we just wait to see how the title gets cleared, and then we start negotiating with whoever comes out of that process as the clear property owner. But there's really no negotiations that will be occurring until that process is settled in court. Is that?
Well, yeah, they do have to resolve, Ms. Bennett, as a property owner commissioner, does have to resolve the probate issues. I don't know how extensive that will be. We will be working with per council through that over the next several weeks. Our next meeting date is September 17th. I imagine we will have a lot more information for you by the time the next meeting is. But I don't think what staff is recommending at this point is that we come to you on September 17th and say we have a deal. I don't think that we're there yet. I think that we're just seeking your direction as to where do you want to go at this juncture. We've completed all of the reports that you've asked us to do pursuant to our blueprint policy. So we are postured to move forward to acquisition if that's what you want to do. But I think at this stage, we're not there yet. It's just a matter of seeing where they are on their side, the property owner, in terms of resolving the probate and the title issues, and then to come back to you and say, this is what we've learned over the past several weeks over the summer, and seek further direction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one important clarification here. That would be the response if the original motion options 2 and 3 were to prevail. Option number 3 does not have any of that. No
That's
meeting.
what I was getting to. Yeah.
It's not that. Okay.
All right, let's go to Commissioner Medlow. He's been in the queue, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lively discussion today, an important issue for sure. Going back to kind of the point that was just made, it does seem like no matter what we do today, we're not making a final decision. So if we have concerns about the title, if we have those concerns, we get to the next step, then we know, because we do know if we do want to just partner with a private company, we need to make sure those title concerns are negotiated beforehand. So if we can get to a point where the title's clear, there's negotiations, and we decide not to buy, at least we've stacked that and have it ready for a private company to stack in. But I do support us buying it and moving forward. And to some of the former points about, this being one person, I haven't been on the board as long, but I don't recall the convention center discussion going out to kind of proposals and trying to find a partner and letting that be widespread. It was kind of, one partner came to the table and it was and it made sense. And that's why that moved forward. And secondly, direct comparison, a convention center is a business. It competes with every hotel that has space for rent. And we are propping up a private business, and we are putting it into the government's control. So to me, it's just a little disingenuous when, if it's a massive thing like a convention center, it's okay to encroach on the private sector, but when it's a smaller scale thing, it's not okay. So lastly, Commissioner Lindley made a good point that we don't know who would take over this project. So I would, if the first motion, if a substitute fails, I would say maybe concurrently we put out requests for proposals for people to come to us and propose how they would like to work with us on this project. So when it comes back and we're making a decision to buy it, we've already done the step, and we have proposals and we have partners who want to work on it with us. So that way it can alleviate some of those concerns about, are we buying this and we don't know? When this all comes back, if we know, we can make the same decision all at once. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm feel a badge of honor tonight to have been labeled with the same specific language with which Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was when he was in a Birmingham jail, except I don't have a piece of newspaper to respond as he did, but I can if I felt that need. But I'm honored tonight that in talking about poverty, oftentimes when you talk about poverty, if people hear what they hear. I'm absolutely certain that tonight, Ray, I'm gonna call you back when I get off the line. I'll call you right back. I'm absolutely certain that within the scope of what is put in our agenda item, that throughout the neighborhood first planning process, our attachment 1 says that neighborhood leaders and residents have been unanimous in their support for the acquisition and renovation of the vacant grocery store at 1309 Alabama Street for continued use as a grocery store. So, Madam Chair, I'm concepting my thoughts about support for option 2, consistent with what our staff gave us here. So all this uncertainty about what we talking about, that's what this sheet of paper is about. And we got 1, 2, 3 pages worth of notes of what they said. The operation of the grocery store, which some members seem not to understand. They said while the neighborhood association and its community action team need to have more discussions about a model for the operation of a grocery store at 1309 Alabama Street, they have already discussed a conceptual framework for the process. The issue is under these next 5 bullets, do we respect that and what has already occurred, or do we just poo-poo? I know this is not Buckhead. They ain't Buckhead, but there is an association. So what they said to us, what our notes tell us, residents envision the blueprint/city issuing an RFP to solicit qualified individuals/entities to operate a grocery store in the building once it is renovated. That's what we were told. We were told next, coming from the neighborhood association, the RFP would outline incentives and limitations, restrictions to ensure that residents will get the type of store they desire to see operating in their neighborhood. I'm just going by what was given to us in attachment 1, page 140. The RFP proposals would be reviewed by a selection committee that is made up of Blueprint, city staff, and members of the Griffin Heights Community Action, The initial discussions have induced the type of produce and items the store would stock, including limitation on the sale of alcohol and tobacco. And then the final bullet that we were told, commissioners, we were advised that a community benefit agreement with the selected store owner/operator that could address issues such as the employment of neighborhood residents/youth, etc. That's the context with which we were told tonight. But then when you go to option 3, there is nothing in this that came from the neighborhood to us that says anything about changes on Alabama Street corridor. That's just not in there. So if this don't mean nothing, I'll just tear up the sheet of paper because it don't mean nothing. But what the piece of paper said to us is what I just read to us. So if I'm a racist for reading what came from the neighborhood, then I'm just saying that. And option 3 doesn't speak to that, but option 2 does. Okay? Now, Alabama Street is the street that my mother's mother lived on the last 7 years of her life. So I'm not against Alabama Street, but Alabama Street is where the Miracle Hill Nursing Home is located. And I know a little something about it. It's a street where my godparents owned a business years ago. So I'm not adverse to consideration of the private, but that is not what this conversation went out and left this room. And that ain't what these people brought back from that neighborhood. And if you're going to go outside of every discussion that these little people have had for a neighborhood association, but you're willing to go and do everything beyond for Buckhead, then ladies and gentlemen, you got a double standard here tonight. That is all I got to say. And it matters not to me how many times or who all you all think is a racist, but any time in urban America that you are going out to the private sector to engage and put on a corridor like that to engage the private sector on an itty bitty street with 7, 8-year-old people who barely holding on to life, let alone their possessions, it means to many people gentrification. Now, if you got a problem with that, look up the word, call some people in other cities because you're not awake. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I call the question.
All right, is there a second to call the question?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Second.
The motion needs to be revised.
Is there a second? Calling the question.
I second calling the question.
I second.
Be on the substitute.
Yes.
We're on the substitute motion, yes, ma'am. We're on the substitute motion. So I'm going to have Ben read the substitute motion first, and then we will do a roll call vote.
Okay.
So you're just
Let me
gonna
call the question and then I'll read the motion.
Yeah.
And on calling of the question, Commissioner Deloge,
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor,
Yep.
Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner Dozier,
Never.
Commissioner Lindley,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox. Okay. Mayor Daley,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Matlow,
No.
You're muted, Commissioner Matlow.
Commissioner Matlow?
No.
Yes.
No. Okay. Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams Cox,
Yes.
and Madam Chair.
Yes.
The calling of the question has passed. Before we call the roll, Madam Chair, for the motion, I have the motion as option number 3. Direct staff to engage the private sector regarding the recent comp plan changes throughout it's the substitute motion is option 3. Only 3. Direct staff to engage the private sector regarding the recent comp plan changes throughout the Alabama Street corridor and have design works concepts in coordination with the Greenway neighborhood. Any questions? Okay. Call the roll. Commissioner Deloge,
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor,
No.
Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner Dozier,
Sorry, Ben, yes.
Commissioner Lindley,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox. Commissioner Maddox?
No.
No.
Yes. The answer is no.
The answer is no. Okay. Thank you, sir. Mayor Daley,
No.
Commissioner Matlow,
No.
Commissioner Richardson,
No.
Commissioner Williams Cox,
No.
Commissioner Williams Cox.
No.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
No.
Believe it fails, but give me a moment. It fails.
Okay, let's go back to the original motion.
The original motion, Madam Chair, for clarity, is the option I just read, as well as direct staff to move forward with negotiations to purchase the property at 1309 Alabama Street for the purpose of supporting a neighborhood first initiative and bring back an agenda item to the IA board for final consideration regarding any purchase agreement contingent upon the seller providing clear title to the property. Again, the onus being on the seller to resolve their property title issues. That and 3 is the motion on the floor now, Madam Chair.
Call the roll.
The roll. On that motion, Commissioner Deloge,
No.
Commissioner Proctor,
What is the motion? Is that option 2?
includes option 2, yes, sir.
That's
2 and
option
3.
2.
And 3.
2 and 3.
No.
No? Okay. Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Dozier.
No.
Commissioner Lindley. Ma'am, Commissioner Lindley?
No.
No. Commissioner Maddox?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes?
That is a yes.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Matlow?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Give me a moment, folks. It passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 items left to go, Madam Chairman.
Madam
Next
Chair?
item is,
I'm sorry. Madam Chair, before we move forward, Ben, I know you're about to introduce the last 2 items. I wanted to make a suggestion about our very last item on stormwater. Real
yes,
quick.
ma'am.
We've been here for an extremely long time, and the stormwater item, while incredibly important, it is not time sensitive. This is a bigger picture item. I'd like to make a motion that we move that item to our next meeting so that we have more time to talk about it and we can conclude with the item you're about to introduce.
I would second that.
Thank you.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose may do likewise.
I figured I might for once get unanimous support, so thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ben. Go ahead.
Agenda item 8.
All right, thank you. So we will move the status report, and for those who have been waiting on the line, feel free to leave the call. We'll see you in September. Item number 8 is a recommendation for 2 policies. You may recall were requested by the IA board regarding the governance and use of the Competitive Project Fund and the Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund. I do note that staff has a presentation. I do not know the desire of the board in hearing that presentation. We're happy to give it or answer any questions on this matter, Madam Chair. No public comment was received.
Let's do a summary first, and then if there are questions, we'll come back to the presentation.
Happily so. Christina, can you please walk us through a summary or a quick version of your presentation?
Absolutely. Thank you, commissioners. As Ben mentioned, these are approval of the policies for the Competitiveness Fund project and the Future Leveraging project. Each one of these enables you and OEV staff to be able to seize upon competitive projects that are in a but-for, as well as any items that may come to you in the middle of your budget year, and that would be the future leveraging opportunity. Angela brought up the presentation here. This kind of shows this is the competitive project fund. It is used for economic development projects that are but-for. As you noted in our budget workshop earlier today, we seeded that initial fund with $25,000 this year. There is a cap on that money per that policy at $2.5 million. Eligible uses would include land, infrastructure improvements, economic development, or workforce development pipelines, research, and any other incentives that would continue to make this project and keep us competitive should a local company be looking to expand elsewhere or a new company looking to expand in our community. These are for competitive projects only. And then the Future Opportunity and Leveraging Fund, this allows the board to leverage and maximize job creation opportunities that may arise in the beginning of the fiscal year that could occur within the existing projects that are in your budget, or any new projects that may come before you during that time. And with that, commissioners, we're recommending that you adopt these policies to codify the guidance to govern the allocation of funds in that, and that is option 1. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
If you would take down the presentation, thank you very much. And let me see if there are any questions from any of the commissioners.
I'd like to move option 1, Madam Chair.
Second.
Was there a second?
Second.
Second. Probably moved in second. You ready for discussion? Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing in the policies for both of these funds. As we'll recall, last year we had a conversation about the Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund and that requiring board direction to be able to spend that money. Today, the first opportunity looking at the new fund, the Competitive Project Fund, I just had a few questions about how that would be allocated. It seems like it wouldn't take, then it would, up to $500,000 would not require board vote.
Under your current incentive policies for that competitive project fund, it goes to them, and then anything above the 500 would come before your board.
Okay, commissioners, it gives me a great pause to know we just spent a couple hours debating over $250,000 purchasing project, and then we would give up to $500,000 authority without it even being discussed by this board. Could you tell me, I'm not familiar with the competitive projects cabinet. Who is that made up of?
That project consists of the city manager, the county administrator, and the chairman of the EVLC, which would be Steve Evans. The Juggernaut project that we brought before you in January initially went to the competitiveness cabinet for review, and then to you for your final sign off and approval.
Okay, so if a project's $450,000 and a company says, I won't come to Tallahassee but for $450,000, it would go to the city manager, the county administrator, and the chair, Steve Evans, and then they would recommend it to the county administrator and the city manager for final approval. Is that accurate?
As that policy is currently written, yes.
Okay, yeah, there's just not enough. There's just not enough hands in the decision-making process there. It's one board that's mainly the same individuals recommending to another board. I don't know if we need to look at our authorization limits. I'm not against a competitive project fund altogether, but I don't see giving away almost $500,000 without it coming back to this board, as we just talked, all day of how much money we don't have and how tightly we want to monitor some of those decisions. So I won't be supporting the motion, but a side conversation, because this got sparked, somebody contacted me with great concern because of this item. And, the terminology they used was, this looks like it could be a slush fund. And I said, that's not what we're looking for. That's not where this is going. And he brought up the ethics things that were happening in the city of Tallahassee and the inspector general that we just put into place. And he asked me, what kind of oversight would a fund like this have? And it doesn't seem like we have that role. We don't really have an inspector general role that oversees blueprint projects and OEV, and to be able to give him that confidence. So funding aside, I'd make a substitute motion just to have an item come back and explore how we answer that question for him, to provide an independent oversight to the decisions and just have checks and balances so the public can trust that we're doing the right thing.
I second that motion.
We're ready for discussion. Commissioner Williams.
As I read this item, this is exactly what we put OEV and the entire in place for. I mean, this is, we used to have to cobble together money when the city and the county, we'd have an opportunity, and it was last minute, everybody would run back and forth between the city and the county I think this is the whole point of this, is to try and avoid that, unless I'm missing something here. I'm not, and there are checks and balance built into all this stuff. I'm not sure where we're going with the delay.
Okay.
Ben, can you kind of?
Yeah, I can give a little bit of background. I mean, and understand that with the new motion that's on the table and seconded really doesn't, I don't think it addresses at all even the policies. It's seeking a new agenda item more on ethical oversight. And so your questions are on the subject matter of the prior motion or the original motion on the floor. Commissioners, the entirety, I'll just try and respond to it as cleanly and plainly as I can. The entirety of this agency is really predicated upon layers of accountability that you heard from previously.
Right.
That's just factual. All of the policies that are in place today have come before the IA board for your clear policy direction. That will not change. You are annually audited. That will not change. You have a citizens oversight body. They have their own bylaws and public meetings. That will not change. You have your Economic Vitality Leadership Council that does the same thing here. I would like to note, because it was a question, I don't think it was fully answered, and it's a valid one, and I just, for the benefit of the discussion, if you get back to the policies that are before you, and you don't have to have them by any stretch. You may recall this item came up because there was discussion about the kind of oversight that you have and to have the right parameters in place, regardless of where the budget may go up or down into the future. I would just highlight your OEV competitive projects cabinet bylaws, which you adopted in February of 2018, do have those same thresholds and parameters. The $500,000 gap that was referred to, which is reflected again in these bylaws, and let me pause here. You can set these levels wherever you want them. Completely want the IA board to be confident and to be comfortable with wherever these thresholds are. But you already have policies in place for economic vitality projects, wherein if it's below $500,000 and it adheres to all the various policies and procedures you have, it would go to the IMC for approval after the competitive projects cabinet. And oh, by the way, and then it must be reported to you at the very next meeting. If it's above that, it would default and go right to you. If you want us to bring back any of your prior policies or these with different levels, we are happy to do that. But please be assured that the oversight does exist, and happy to discuss if the current motion passes, whatever additional layers of oversight you may want to add.
So let me see if I understand. The substitute motion is do not approve and come back and talk about all this checks and balances we've got. I'm not sure I followed what was asked.
Yeah, I'm not going to vote for the competitive projects fund, so that could be taken up separately. But what I'm asking for is just the motion solely on, because if we do push forward with a $500,000, less than $500,000 cap, I think the public deserves independent oversight. And I appreciate all the committees that work for us. I appreciate, the monetary audits and all of that. But what we're doing at the city is we're saying we want there to be no question that what we're doing is 100% appropriate.
But the insinuation is that it's not appropriate, or that there's no citizen oversight, or we don't have checks and balances, and that's just not true.
No, that's not.
So you're making stuff up there, Commissioner Matlow.
Madam Chair, may I still speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When we made these motions at the city level, I mean, we all have subscribed to the top ethical standards, but we put these conditions on top of ourselves. We're not accusing the City of Tallahassee employees of any type of wrongdoing, but the public said they would like to see an inspector general, and that's why we pushed forward with the inspector general. So I think you're taking words out of my mouth to say that there's any type of accusations. I'm just saying it's something that somebody asked me about that is a concern. And I'm not asking to make a final decision today, but I'm asking to just have an agenda item come back to talk about if there's an inspector general type capacity that can oversee Blueprint as well. Because as we know, it is separate. Our budgets are separate. Our decision making separate. It's kind of this third body in the middle, and I just want to make sure what the city's doing. It extends to this body, and we can avoid those questions altogether.
Well, I'm comfortable with the years and years and years of experience in policy, and I'm okay. I'm not in favor of waiting. I'd just as well accept the original. So we've got a substitute motion saying wait. Is that right, Ben? Commissioner Matlow?
Madam Chair, the substitute motion, as I understand it, is completely silent on the agenda item. The substitute motion is to bring an agenda item back. If I understand it correctly, Commissioner Matlow, and please correct me, I believe the substitute motion is to not take action in that motion on this item. It is to bring an agenda item regarding a inspector general potentially, or?
That's
okay, is that it? Okay.
No, I can't. And then we got to go back to the original motion, which is how do we dispose of this up or down, right?
Yeah, we need to find out if there are any other comments on the substitute motion, and then we will vote up or down, and then we'll go back to the original motion. Commissioner Williams-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second this motion so that we can have this discussion, because I too was approached with a concern of it seemed as if this board's approval or authority of such a high dollar value was being cut out. So I second the motion so that we can get further clarification, because if I have to answer that question, I need to be clear on what is really going on. So that I second the motion for the discussion, and I don't want to send the impression to anyone that we're going to be cut out of any major dollar expenditures and not have any review or oversight by this board.
Thank you, Commissioner Dozier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm glad, Commissioner Matlow, you kind of separated the two issues. Perhaps that I'm not sure if it was a substitute to Commissioner Delogio's motion, if I'm following things right at this late hour, because these really are separate conversations. It's no surprise to any of you. You've heard me talk about this in the past. I do think our structures, we could take more time to dig into issues. This is why we pushed last summer for additional meetings. And I think the staff did a good job adding our workshops, things like that this year, and increasing our meetings. Blueprint and OEV have, particularly since the inclusion of OEV, we have always delegated a lot of our work. And I'm not criticizing staff's work or the IMC or anything like that. This is the structure that we've had. And quite bluntly, most of the people on this board have supported that structure for a long time. And it works fairly well. But I'm saying that because, sure, anytime we can have a conversation about those types of issues, and I welcome it. On the other hand, this type of program that we're talking about today, quite frankly, is one of the only things on our agenda that fits within our strategic plan. So when we talk about guidance, we have the authority, and this is actually written, I don't know if it was the FAMU item or the Alabama Street item, but it was written in the intro to one of them. Actually, it was the Alabama Street item, that the strategic plan may not support that item, that action, but we have the ability to do it under our interlocal agreement and everything else. That's a distinction that I'm really struggling with today, because, Madam Chair, I heard you on perspectives today, by the way. I only heard a short segment, but nice job. You were talking about strategic plans. I know you've conducted strategic planning sessions with me and Commissioner Richardson in the room before you were appointed to the commission, right? You value this. I know that, and I appreciate that. We are not anywhere close to our strategic plan. And if that's our choice, then let's just be blunt about it and be honest about it. And let's reflect on that. To me, these policies, though, in development, they are absolutely in the pocket of our strategic plan. We've been talking about it for a long time. Because we have such a robust structure for working with and recruiting businesses now, unlike we ever had before OEV. This is economic development that is not give it all away to the biggest business that comes in. It is more targeted. We've all seen that. These programs are really important. And we've only got $20,000 that's going to be capitalized for the initial. So, Madam Chair, I'm actually making my comments on both the sub and the original. Just to cover both bases there. So I really think they're distinct. We need these policies in place if we're going to attract businesses that are going to create jobs in this community and diversify it. That is one of the biggest, most substantive impacts we can have, and we've all been talking about it, I mean, for years. If you want to talk about the structure, how we do this, let's do that when we're back in the room together. We've had this, I've been in these conversations for years. We've all had these conversations. We had them last summer. Let's do that when we're back in the room and we can actually see each other and hear from the public as usual. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lindley on the substitute motion. Commissioner Lindley?
May still be muted, Commissioner Lindley.
Sorry, my hand wasn't up.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Commissioner Minor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These competitive project funds are very important. It's really critical for Leon County and Tallahassee to be able to compete with the likes of other cities and counties. In many cases, they might have more capital than we have, more incentive money than we have. But this gets us in the game. It's very, very important that we have these. Tallahassee and Leon County have a lot to offer, but this type of fund helps us attract those types of businesses that can really be a jolt, a boost to our overall local economy. I share Commissioner Matlow's concerns about transparency and making sure that up to $500,000 is viewed by the public at some point, that we've got the right checks and balances in there. Ben, if you wouldn't mind, can you shed some more light on that process? I mean, with the IMC approving the expenditures of those funds, at what point, like take Project Juggernaut, for example, there's a lot of information there that will be visible to the public at a later date. But for something like this, when the IMC gives approval for those dispersal of funds, at what point does the public have the ability to review documentation and come and take a look at what the machinations were? I think that might address Commissioner Matlow's point. If at some point down the road, we know that the decision-making process and the documentation used in that process come to light so that the public can view what was done.
All right, Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you very much. And that really, this is a healthy conversation that really speaks to economic development in general, including how we do it here. And what you see before you in this item is 2 new policies, govern and make you more competitive moving forward. But it is very important to pause for just a moment and to realize and to note and to affirm that they are built upon a series of policy actions that this IA board and the IA boards before certain members on this board have taken over time, aligning with the strategic plan, aligning with everything that came from the sales tax, bluntly, and all the steps that have been taken until that point in time. Does that mean that those actions are set in stone? Absolutely not. You address your budget at a minimum of every year. You have the layers of oversight, and we can go to that. And I'm coming to your direct question, Commissioner Minor. But you have a system, as Commissioner Dozier spoke to, now set in place where you can not only have competitive projects with competitive incentives that others that you compete against in the real world of economic development, but you have a structure that is in real time, agile, and emphasis added, quick, at the same time that it ensures the oversight at levels that you have set. That is why earlier in my comments, I noted that this threshold that has become a focal matter, I believe, of some recent discussion of $500,000, this was not generated by staff nor the EDLC in preparation of this item. These were levels that were set initially in prior direction. We are more than happy to revisit them, not just in these two items, but make no mistake, if you take no action on item number 8 today, you still have documentation and policies that allow for speedy resolution of the programs you've already approved that can be handled by the competitive projects cabinet and the IMC below 500,000, then coming back to this board for action. The question that you asked Commissioner Minor about when is it transparent to the public is not a toggle question. It depends on what the project is. If it is competitive and of a nature that it is protected under state law, there are components of a project, including Juggernaut, that will remain outside of the public domain for a period of up to 12 months in accordance with state law. But rest assured on every project, I have just two more statements. The final of this one is every project will come forward to you as the IA board for a report, even if the IMC approves it. I only believe that they would approve it if it was time sensitive in nature. Secondly, as you have seen on the Alabama Street, when there is the option, when there is a board meeting, and by the way, since you moved this year to having more frequent board meetings, the need for the policies that you have in place is just slightly less as urgent, because when we can get an agenda item to you, when it does not slow down a project, we do that. And we did it on the Alabama Street. There was no imminent business decision that otherwise would have been required to have been made. And where we can do that, we absolutely do that. Now, even when a project is in the outside of the sunshine for a temporary period of time, the work of Blueprint is never in the shade. In other words, your annual, any expenditures, whether it's $1 to 100,000 to $1 million, is going to be captured, is going to be reviewed by your auditors, is going to be reported upon each year. And I would also highlight that the City of Tallahassee in 2015 did a comprehensive operational audit under your prior place director. We worked hard at all of the findings, not some, there were more than 30. They have all been implemented. We welcome and embrace the oversight and the transparency that is really fundamental to this separate intergovernmental agency. And so we embrace the dialogue on the substitute motion on the floor. I hope that answered your question, and beyond yours, potentially some of the others that we've heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Ben, yeah, let me clarify what I was saying before. I support the concept of the Competitive Project Fund. We need it. It's essential. I said that in the beginning of my statement just a bit ago. My question was about getting clarification on the checks and balances of those disbursements that are $500,000 or less. And I was looking at it through the lens of like a Project Juggernaut, which for reasons which we discussed during that time were very obvious, right?
Yes, sir.
So it makes sense to me, and I believe that the checks and balances are there if after, even for a project like Juggernaut, where state law allows, after 12 months, we see some of the details of that arrangement. I trust the people in the IMC right now. I trust the people that I currently serve on the IMC. But in terms of creating a system, you want to create a system where you don't think about the current people sitting in those positions. You think about, just the slots, and you don't know 10, 15 years from now whether someone might not have the same credibility as the people that you visualize in those positions right now. But your answer about how even if IMC does spend up to $500,000 on some type of incentive, when time sensitivity is of the issue, and then having it come back to the IA to review with as much information as the law will allow now, as the deal will allow now, and then later on for a project like Juggernaut, once that time period of confidentiality is expired, we get to see things in more full text. The main point, which I have a concern about, is making sure that at some point, if there are conflicts of interest between future people that sit on the IMC and some association with the receivers of the incentive money, we need, and the public needs, to be able to see that. So I think the way that this is constructed now leads me to believe that those checks and balances are there currently. So I'm fine. There's kind of two subject matters here. I'm fine with the agenda item moving forward as is and accepting these two, based on the way the process is set right now and the way that you've described it, and how even projects like Juggernaut will eventually come back to us where the state allows us to see that information. So thank you for your answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mayor?
Madam Chair, you're doing a great job. This has been a marathon meeting. Hang in there. Keep us going. I want you to know, Madam Chair, that I do support the original motion on the table. I do think that these are very important funds that need to be established to help us with our economic development. But I also realize that it is not unhealthy to come back and look at policy every now and then. From what I understand from the comments that I've heard, most of my colleagues are comfortable with the structure that's in place. However, might want to, at a future meeting, revisit the threshold amount. And I think that's a fair question. And if that is the will of the board, I'd be more than happy to participate in that conversation. By creating the funds through staff recommendation tonight, it does set the same threshold level as existing policy that has been successful for us in the past. But again, at a future meeting, if there's a conversation about the threshold level, just to make sure that we are clear and comfortable with where we are, I'll be more than happy to entertain that conversation. But for the purposes of the action for tonight, I do support the original motion on the table. Thank you.
Anyone else for the substitute motion? And the substitute motion is to?
The substitute motion, which I'm looking at Commissioner Matlow to make sure I get it right, but is to bring back an agenda item regarding the establishment of an inspector general, or I presume the use of the city's by blueprint. Yes, sir?
Yeah, that would be fair enough, or any independent oversight. And I purposely tried to separate the two, and I know they're two kind of different issues, but I think one informs the other. I'm happy adopting the policies today. That's not my intent, is to say let's not adopt these policies, and I'll vote to move those forward and have that discussion later. But I do think, in light of what people ask me, to me it's one or the other: lower the threshold immediately, or go down the process of just giving them, that comfort level. So thank you.
Okay, we're going to call a roll on the substitute motion, please, sir.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Deloge?
No.
Commissioner Proctor? Commissioner Proctor? Okay, no response. Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner Dozier?
No.
Commissioner Lindley? Commissioner Lindley?
No.
Commissioner Maddox?
No.
Mayor Daley?
No.
Mayor Daley?
Said no.
I'm sorry. No.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Matlow? Commissioner Matlow?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Richardson?
No.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And Madam Chair?
No.
I believe the motion would fail, I'm sorry. Motion fails. Yeah, the motion fails, so we're back on the original motion, which is options 1 and 2, I believe. No, option 1.
Option 1.
Option 1, sorry.
All right, so I'm ready to go to vote on that unless there's other edits. If not, we will call the roll.
Call the roll. Commissioner Deloge?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Commissioner Proctor? Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner Dozier?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindley?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Commissioner Matlow? Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That motion passes. Madam Chair, that's the end of general business.
Oh, my. Is there any other business, further business to come before the board? Commissioner Minor?
Go ahead and say goodbye.
Commissioner Minor, did you have your hand up?
All right. Yes, thank you. It's been a long meeting. I'll be quick. As you know, Artie White and his team are conducting live video conferences about the Welaunee Master Plan. So far, I've attended all 7 of those to date. Artie and his team are doing a really good job at capturing feedback from people that participate. And the general consensus among the public is that these are very helpful. There's also even some common ground that's emerging from the public, and it seems from people representing the owners of the land. For example, it seems that all sides are agreeable to the notion of adding more detail to the existing master plan and adding more specificity in that, but not as much detail as is in the Welaunee Tow master plan. So there's a balance, there's a spectrum there where it seems like there might be some common ground in finding a balance that has more detail on what we all want for Welaunee. A good example is a high-level stormwater plan, green space, some more details on density, housing diversity types. These are things that have been discussed in these charrettes that we're starting to see some common ground on. And so what I hope to find in an upcoming meeting where we meet as a joint comp plan board is choices coming to us, where we don't just simply have the master plan that we approved last meeting, but having a master plan that has more detail than what the current plan has. By doing that, we're going to see some win-win scenarios where there's more specificity that helps the community out. We get more of what the community will benefit from, as well as something that helps that's of interest to the owners too. So there are 4 more charrettes coming up. I'd encourage, if you haven't had a chance to participate in one yet, please look them up, join us, participate, because there are good ideas being proposed. And I think some of those ideas should be introduced to us when we meet, talk about the Welaunee Master Plan. That would benefit not just the people that live here, but also, I believe, the owners of the land itself. So that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final comments from anyone? It's been a long night, but I think we've accomplished a lot. And if there are no other questions or comments.
Great meeting, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Baptism. Yes.
Are you gonna come back for the next meeting, Madam Chair?
I will be here. I will be here at the next meeting.
I just got one thing to say, better you than me.
I mean, this meeting is adjourned.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Thanks.